are sending super chats. All right, so guys, I'm about to try to get Keemstar on. It seems like he's ready. He actually told me right just
Here we
before like 11 a.m. he would
go.
be ready. So I needed to get everything worked out. We got everything worked out now, right? I'm once again going to lay down the ground rules before we begin. This is a civil conversation between him and me.
Who cares?
This does not have anything to do with you guys.
No one else can say anything.
I'm not going to be addressing chat
Okay.
while I'm speaking with Keemstar, okay? In addition, right now, I am disabling all pop-ups on the stream.
Guys, it's
so
not
that
about
way we
you.
don't have,
Remember that.
You know,
okay.
messages trying to people
the
doing
fuck?
all super chat with an insulting name towards everyone and, you know, get everyone pissed and shit. No. If you contribute during the show, please do, by the way.
Please do.
I appreciate
please.
that.
Definitely.
I will read out and address all contributions after the interview with Keem is done, and in a separate thing. We're going to basically have our go here and talk for a bit.
Guys, remember, it's not about you,
and then
okay?
after that's done, and once he's gone, then I will do a segment where we do all. It's called decompressing, right? Like basically, I'll read out all your shout outs for all your contributions.
Side scrollers
I'll answer
bit.
questions.
Cool.
We'll do that whole segment after Keem is gone. But this has to be him and me having a civil convo. He's giving me his time. I'm going to respect that. I'm not going to turn this into a fucking shooting gallery of haters of his trying to attack him and snipe him and shit. You know what I'm saying?
I don't think that would go
and
well
I was
for
gonna say
you.
This,
Yeah.
If the chat does get out of hand,
just
I
ignore
have
it.
the ability to change the chat to whatever I want. I can
Just
make
close it.
You know, long ass subscriber only mode. I can make it members only if I have to. I don't want to have to do that.
Who cares?
Obviously, I want you guys to be able to talk in the chat, but I will leave it at the discretion because I think we have a couple moderators here. I'll leave it at the discretion of the moderators. If they feel like we need to do that, go right ahead. I'm not going to take the power away from the moderators to change this chat if we need to. And if I see it too, if I look down and it's just like fuck Keem, you know, that's fucked up.
Yeah, that's the only thing it would be, right?
Respect, okay?
Yeah, you definitely.
You have to respect that he's given us
Phil
his time.
thinks he has the upper hand
that's
here.
Something to be
that is clear.
For, not to be a dick about, okay?
That is clear.
That's behavior, seriously.
He thinks he is on. He's coming on the offensive here.
So let's see if we can get this going. So I'm gonna stop recording on this part here.
Hold on.
Recording.
This is your pilot speaking on flight 1651.
Okay, so that's not recording anymore. I'll let that encode, and then I'll get a new recording going, and I'll try to get Keem on here.
We are approaching Renton Airport. We got a altitude of 30,000 feet. Hope you enjoyed our meal today.
Okay. Let me start recording again. All right, so everyone, this is special edition of the Level 1 podcast. I'm going to have my first ever guest, Keemstar.
Here we go.
It's going to be interesting. We're going to have a civil conversation, and I don't know how it's going to go. But, you know, we've each had it with each other back and forth quite a while on the internet. And I feel like this is a good first step towards having a real conversation rather than yelling at each other from our various perspectives of our content, right? So let's see how this goes.
Let's see how this
goes.
Right,
and go from there. So, first things first, I want to make sure that I don't accidentally reveal any information or anything, which would be pretty fucked up if I did. So let me do this, just make sure there's nothing on the screen. I believe my microphone is working on Discord. It looks like it is. So I'm going to try to get Keem on here right now and see what happens. Hold on.
It's Discord, man.
Can't fucking see.
It's not exactly rocket science. Yeah, that's true. He's talking to the man who named the podcast. He should put some respect on the name. He named the podcast.
Hey, what's going on?
Team, what's going on?
Let's go. Here we go.
Get you on screen here.
Strap on and strap in.
Here we are. What the hell is this?
X that. Push it. X on the bottom right.
Get rid of that shit.
You could. There you go. Okay, here we go.
Good morning, sir. How are you doing?
I'm doing great.
Fucking mic. Fix the mic.
I was listening to the stream before I joined, and you said, hey, we're not going to deal with Keem Hate. He's a guest here. And now it makes more sense to me why you were so upset with side scrollers, right? Is if you're a guest on a show, your philosophy is like you should be treated as such.
Right. I mean, you're giving me your time to be on the show today. And by the way, you're the very first guest ever on my podcast in like 3 years I've been doing this. That's to be respected and to be grateful. Please
fix the mic.
Right? And the way that they conducted themselves was, you know, I feel. Well, first of all, actually, I know we're going to talk about side scrollers in a second. I actually have something I want to say to you before we even start, okay? Because I feel like I want to preface this whole conversation with something.
They've talked about topics confirmed.
I saw your response to my response. So we're responding to each other in our own content, right? We're finally going to get to have a conversation man-to-man today, and I'm really appreciative of that. In your response, you basically said the reason you apologized to me is because you felt like you were being a hater, that you saw that I'm kind of a little bit on the rise now, I'm having a redemption arc, and you felt like even though you think I might squander it because I have a track record of doing the wrong thing and squandering stuff, that you don't want to crap on that moment, right? And I want to say to you, number one, I appreciate that because I didn't expect that from you. But when you said that, it made me think as well about myself. And I know for a fact that before you ever even like mentioned me, I had mentioned you in a negative way in my content.
Yes.
All right?
True.
So in reality, I'm the one who kind of started any kind of bad blood between us because for the last 10 years, I've basically been hated on so badly by these detractors that I couldn't really get a foothold in anything positive. You know, I kind of had to hide on my channel just broadcasting for my audience. And I didn't have opportunity to really do the things that everyone else around me was getting to do. I couldn't do a collab because my detractors
Please
would go
push back on
the
this.
person I wanted to collab with, so they get talked out. I couldn't go on a podcast because all people would want to do is talk about insulting shit about me.
Play the violins.
That being said,
hey,
I want to, before we even begin, I want to apologize to you, King, because I feel like I'm the reason why all the bad blood actually started. Because to be publicly admitting this, I'm jealous that you are as successful as you are. I feel like at one point I had a good thing going and it got taken away from me because of a series of bad circumstances, a lot of which are my fault. And I shouldn't be crapping on you just because you found a way to be successful in your own way. I may not agree with the way that you've become successful. It's like a moral thing or a philosophical thing on my end that I disagree with some of the things you say and do. But that doesn't give me the right to then totally dump on you. I was a hater of yours long before you hated on me. So I just wanted to get that out there.
Because you were jealous.
It's my fault that we kind of started the bad blood, and I am sorry for that.
I appreciate that. I very much appreciate that because you're right. I mean, that's kind of how it started. I didn't have a personal beef with you at all, but, you know, as someone who is a drama merchant like myself, you know, if somebody like yourself starts swinging at me, okay, well, now I can make a Twitter video. Now I can make a response to this. You know, that's always kind of been my game, to not run away from drama, but to embrace it and, you know, make content out of whatever's being argued, right?
Right.
So yeah, I do appreciate that. That makes sense. And I think to the outer world, the people that aren't really paying attention to you with a magnifying glass, there's a lot of misconceptions, right? Like when you're out there and you're saying, I don't like drama, and most people don't believe that when they hear you say that, right?
yes, correct.
But it's true. I think it's genuinely true. Positive content. You don't want to go back and forth. But maybe now you're realizing it is smart to call out certain bad actors. It is kind of smart to like kick back to other people and get your point across, even though it might be drama.
Yes.
You know, usually progress in the end happens because there was a fight, there was a debate, and ultimately everyone settled on a decision in the end, right?
Right. And
So?
you know what? Being through 10 years
free stream
by these detractors, I'm not saying everyone else on the internet that watched the detractors commented on it. I'm talking about these crazy detractor people. There is a large group of people who can be clapped back at. And I think that now what's been going on with Duty this week, Duty streams, people are seeing that now happen and unfold in the public eye and like, oh shit, Bill actually said something and that got other people to look at it and now this is all happening. Because you're right, I don't want to be involved endlessly in a drama sphere of people attacking each other.
Who said that was a good idea,
That's not the kind of content that I ever want to make on YouTube. But it's kind of hard to not get involved after 10 years of being abused. People have bad misconceptions of me, and I think that it is time to maybe start focusing in on certain individuals who have been the worst bad actors in all these situations.
Ooh, Tevin? Want to talk about Tevin next?
Real quick, the chat is saying that I have bad audio. I don't know if it's...
Yeah.
Could you turn it down?
Know.
Turn down his
Does
mic.
it sound bad to you?
It sounds a little...
Philip,
How can I say, like a little mechanical almost?
Turn it down.
Mine down on my end, and
There
then
we go.
if you right click on me on Discord, pop on the upper turn, like right click right on my face.
Here you are. All right, turned you up a little bit.
Is that better?
Is that better, everyone? Sounds a little better, right?
Okay, thank you, Keemstar.
All right. I forgot where we were in the conversation, but yeah, ultimately, you do have to pick your battles, and some battles you absolutely you need to take. Like the thing that just happened with Duty and calling him out, right?
Right.
You know, there are certain people that are just doing content and they're not adding commentary, and they're not the good guys in the scene.
Yes.
Regardless of what you do with DSP, they are the bad guys. They're stealing content and uploading it, and that doesn't just go against DSP. That goes against the entire, you know, online entertainment sphere. There isn't a single creator that would support what Duty's doing. No one would, you know?
Yeah, we know the rules. We've been in the game for a while, and we know what goes and what doesn't go.
Okay, true.
Listen,
no one's arguing
originally,
that.
over 10 years ago, when people started that "This is how you don't play" series about me, that was actually fair game, and I responded poorly because we didn't know kind of the rules back then. You're talking over a decade ago, what's allowed, what's not. But now we know. As long as you're making a transformative work, you're making your own content, you're commentating on it,
similar to this right
now,
now.
it up, so it doesn't represent just a straight copy-paste job. It's fine. But what some of these people are doing is just like I was saying right before you got on, these people broadcast as you're broadcasting, and they're clipping and they're uploading it to their channels before you even finish your broadcast.
Yeah, we're offering commentary,
so how am I supposed to have a chance to make a buck on my own work when you already have people watching it on your channels with no commentary or anything? It's absolutely not acceptable on YouTube. It's not only against partner program rules. It's against the law. It's against DMCA law.
We're there right now.
You really think you can take a movie like Avengers Endgame and just cut 30 minutes out of it, put it on your channel, and put it this movie sucks? Can't do that.
You can't do that. Yeah.
So anyway, yeah, and this whole thing with
definitely.
I didn't want to have to do it, but you know, you get to a point where it gets so bad. I mean, this guy is literally now bragging, like he is bragging on his channel. He made $5,000 last month on ad revenue, and it's literally all of your content just on his channel sitting there. And I was like, you know what? Now that I actually have a little bit of watching my content,
got some clout.
for the first time in ages, I'm gonna say something. And man, this take off in less than a week already. This guy got blown up. Everyone knows what's going on, and you know, I mean, I guess from what I'm to understand, he got monetized today. I don't know anything about it. I don't even know how to report a channel or anything like that.
You did the super crazy.
That's what happens when you're breaking the rules, and then you finally get the camera turned back on you, rather than you're looking at everyone else making money off them. When it gets turned back on you better be ready to
stay productive in the light,
I don't think that these people
vigilant in the
I
night.
think they've had it good for a decade, and now they're, oh shit, wait, now I can't just do whatever I want
Outsiders
anymore.
are a welcome
And
surprise.
I'm just going to forewarn other trackers
We
too.
burn brightly together.
There's some out there that are doing the same thing.
Feel the warmth.
You gotta be careful now, because
Name.
now I get the feeling there's going to be people coming after everyone
In
because who's the
hardship,
first.
kindness.
And you saw what happened, so you know, do commentary. You know, it's easy.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing now.
I think I'm indirectly
Transforming.
involved with him getting demonetized. So basically, I was listening to him fight with you and listen to him like basically
Step into
saying
the
that he's
light.
doing nothing wrong. And as someone who's like an expert in this space, it just drove me nuts.
We
so I
are
tried
the
to call
holders
him to a
of
show
hope.
and give him advice, but he wanted to do the blood sports thing and interrupt me and talk over me and spin a narrative. And it's like, bro, what are you doing? I was like, all right, well, let's agree to report your channel to YouTube and have them review it and see what happens. No, don't do that. It's like, okay, you're admitting that you're in the wrong, right? So I never did
I'm
that.
happy
I
to
never
do that with
reported
any
him to
video, by the
YouTube.
way.
But what happened is I then on Lolcow Live reviewed the Me and Duty debate or whatever and talked about it further. And that stream on Lolcow Live actually got dinged for bullying and harassment. We got a warning strike. So I had to call YouTube and say, hey, can you review this? Because I don't think I should have that warning strike, right? And as we're reviewing it, saying about Duty, they're hearing me say, hey, look, you're in violation, Duty, of copyright. You're in violation of TOS. So I think maybe indirectly, YouTube's reviewing Lolcow Live, they're hearing the commentary, and then they're like, wait, what's going on with this Duty stuff? And I think that's how we got it. So I actually called Duty earlier today, and I apologized to him.
Oh,
Hey,
Philip, what do you think about that?
I think what happened, I wouldn't have ever reported you without your permission, but I think this was how it all played out. So me and Duty are cool now. He doesn't blame me, but he understands the circumstances.
Yeah, it's funny because this is all for me.
We need a
as
new
you
topic
know, I've
very
been
soon.
Basically, shat on for again a decade, and only like this month have people kind of started with positivity again. And all of a sudden, you know, people listening to what I have to say and stuff. And it's funny because for 10 years, people like Review Tech USA and my detractors have literally crapped on me on a daily basis. I never took action against them, right? I didn't strike their videos. I didn't give them community strikes. Oh, you're bullying me and shit like that. But now all of a sudden, it's like a karma thing. Like it's coming back on them. Like Review Tech, I didn't do
Except
a
for
damn
that time
thing.
you
This
did.
guy's life is falling apart. His streams are falling apart.
Whose streams
It
are
was gonna
falling
happen
apart?
eventually if you just
His streams.
with that kind of, I don't know, you're beating up on the little guy. I
streams
feel like
once
he's
a
gonna
month.
come back to fight you. First it was Review Tech, now it's Duty. And, you know, I think it's sadly, I can say it, people gotta be careful because now the eye is on them and it might be the
eye of Sauron is on us.
Content on my channel, you know what I mean? I don't want anything to do with it.
I didn't know enough about Rich's background, right? But then at the same time, I've been involved in so many battles with him throughout the years that I just forgot about it until I watched an exposed video on him. And I was like, oh yeah, I did call him out for that throughout the years.
Okay,
but
please change
now
topics.
that I've better understood like Rich and his scandals, his potential scamming people, lying. I mean, there's an accusation that he tried to send you a computer with a rat on it to spy on you.
Yep.
That ended up at his past editor's house, and you know, like, these are crazy allegations. So now that I know that context, every time he is sitting there reacting to DSP, what is he really doing? He knows that he's in trouble. He knows he's a lolcow. He knows he's a joke. So he's trying to punch down to get some favoritism, and that's why you've been the target of Rich for all these years. It's literally that simple. It's a deflection.
Okay.
All right.
Yes, change topics, please. Don't let Philip change it, though.
A question for you. That I think a lot of people are wondering this too. How originally, like, what was your conception of me on the internet as a content creator?
Conception?
Like, I know probably you never had heard of me, and then all of a sudden you probably heard, oh, this guy's talking shit about you or whatever. And then somehow we ended up getting involved with each other back and forth with a few spats. But I'm just curious as you know, outsider, as a content creator, but not really knowing me, like, what was your conception? I mean, I heard some of this when you did your response to my response. You were talking about me, and I'm just curious. From you've been in the game a super long time. What is your conception of Dark Side Phil?
At first, it was just he's an old school content creator, old school gamer, old school YouTuber that has streams. Like, that's it. That's all I knew, right? And then when you called me out, I was like, up a minute. Let me like try to figure out who this guy is, and I'm just seeing all these detractor videos, right? So that I just kind of use that in my ammo of responding back. And so I felt like you are a person that is very common in this space, who's been on the platform forever, but you just don't adapt. You don't adapt as well as other people, right? So and Wings has the same issue. He just does the same thing over and over again. So that's pretty much how I came to the conclusion that, like, hey, you know, Phil's having a moment right now. Was. But here's the thing, though. You're not going to be on the show. The fact that I'm here right now is showing that you're actually trying to adapt. You're actually trying to do some different stuff. And then, before I came on here, even though we agreed on it, I seen the Kino Casino stream with the guy from what's his name? Josh. Yes. Yep. Where you got rid of Derek, which was one of those things that was a no-brainer, right? I understood
it wasn't a no-brainer for Philip.
Hell's Gate and have all your, you know, supporters be investigated and whatnot, but that was a no-brainer. And the fact that you took that step and you know, admitted that you play the game, the wrestling game and stuff, I'm like, okay, this guy is changing. He's actually adapting, and this is what he would need to do to maintain this high that's going on right now.
Right. Okay, that's cool, because I'm just glad that for
all right, well, this is just blazing so far.
With you, team, it's surreal for me. Like 10 years I've been in the trenches of just being shat on, and the fact that people for the first time in 10 years are now looking at me and saying, wow,
Correct.
this guy isn't actually kind of the perception that we had, because
It's-
we're actually
you
checking
are
him out for
exactly
the
the
first time. We're
perception
liking his
everyone has
personality as he
with a brain.
crosses over with other, people on the internet. We're liking the content he's putting out now.
No one
He's
likes the
crossing
content.
It's crazy to me to hear that, because never in my wildest dreams did I think I was going to have a Keemstar on my little rinky-dink level 1 podcast, the name of which I got from an insult from you, by the way, which is hilarious, and that we would be having this conversation and you would say something like that. That's cool. I mean, and again, I thank you for being, and in fact, this kind of leads us to the next question. Why did you accept my invite? Like, what is it that
He wants
made
you
you
on
want to
Lolcat
show up
Live.
here
That's
today?
clear now.
You know, at the time when I insulted you and I was like, he's always going to be a loser, I really felt that way. It didn't mean a thing. The next morning, I was driving to get coffee, and I was so mad at
The
myself.
flame
I'm like,
burns for
bro,
all
I'm
of
being a
us.
bully.
There is always
I'm
hope if
shitting
we
on
choose
this
to
guy,
look for
having
it.
a moment. I think throughout my career, and I'm known as like this evil guy, but really, if you dive deep, you'll see that I've lifted small content creators and YouTubers and tried to inspire them and get people motivated my entire career. So it kind of just went against everything. And I forgot the original question. What was the
Don't
original
despair.
question?
The original question is,
shadows
why did you
sense
accept
it.
my invite to be on the show? Because it was shocking. I thought it might have just got us going back and forth a little bit more, but then you accepted, and I was like, wow, actually.
Well, you gave him two options: 50,000 or this.
I think I would have accepted it at any time, even when we were really going at each other, right? I'm always down, and I try to keep myself available to big shows, small trip shows, whatever. I think it's important to just appear as many places as possible, and I think you should do the same. I think you should do as many collaborations as you possibly can. But this thing with Kino Casino giving you like this encouragement and whatnot, it just goes to show how important it is to just be nice every once in a while. Say
They're
nice
not
things.
being nice.
Because like that literally, that having someone behind you cheering you on and giving you that support, whether it was genuine or not, like maybe they just wanted you on the show. I don't know.
Yeah,
Whether it was
that was
genuine or
clear.
not, it has caused you to completely change. And I think the number one perception about you is this guy's stuck in his ways. He's never going to change. He's never going to conform. He's stuck in his safe spot. He's not going to get out. And that's really all you needed, is you needed someone with some influence to just get behind you and say, Phil, come on, you can do this.
You're right. And
You can
when
do
I was
this. Let's make fun of your wife and make fun of Jen and
popular on
everything
YouTube
else.
back in the day.
That's what you needed.
okay? I was a one-man on an island. Like, I didn't do collabs.
I guess
but
Keem
was
just
still
really wants
super
him on the
popular.
show. I
So
mean, that's
kinda
it,
got
I guess.
used to that. Like, I'm by myself. I make my own content. You're right. What happened in the last 10 years, things have completely changed on YouTube. It's about having that interaction, being a streamer, not a person just making on-demand videos, right? You have to have that human touch, that social aspect to your content, and I haven't had that at all. And now being given a chance, because it was a matter of, give me a chance to go on your show and show me what I am. Rather than let me go on their show and you interrogate me for
Correct.
5 hours about, oh, what the detractors say about me, but now we don't ever get to show any kind of intelligence or thought on anything else that might be entertaining to an audience. And that's what those guys did. They gave me a chance to weigh in on topics, to laugh at a few clips, and because of that, it humanized me. It made people say, hey, he's not the devil, he's not some asshole, he's actually not that bad. And that was really cool of them to give me that chance, because things have now to kind of, giving me that momentum, that forward momentum. And I am hopefully planning on doing more stuff. Obviously, I don't want to give up on the stuff that I've done for 10 years that I love. I still want to do things, right? I still want to do stuff with my audience, my core audience. But yeah, you're right. It's all about adaptation. And again, thank you for coming on the show. Thank you for now giving me a chance. Because
Maybe I
now
will.
it's so crazy. And, like within
May
a few weeks, like
Beladar
Kino
stay in the
Casino,
light.
then the Review Tech React that he did with Kino Casino. Then he did an interview with Josh Moon. Now he's with Keemstar. What's next, right? It's like, what the hell's going to be the next big thing? I don't know yet, right?
I know what's next. I know what needs to happen.
Beladar shift
You
in
need to
your
have
favor.
side scrollers on this show.
That's good.
Them as guests, so I get to do
Yep.
well. Okay.
Well, can I say something in their defense, right? There was the detractors were building this lore about you for a decade,
Which is all
right?
true, by the way.
When you went on there, they kind of had to hit you with everything, because if they didn't, it'd be like, I cannot believe you were the only guys that had access to DSP, and you didn't ask him about this receipt, and you know what I mean? They kind of had to do that. And then also, that interrogation stream had to happen to open the gateway to Kino Casino to be a more friendly environment, because all that other stuff is already covered, right? And all those hard questions have already been hit. So in a way, I feel
You
like
have our thanks,
that was
Baron Lothar.
almost necessary.
And you too,
Okay,
outsiders.
And I actually agree with you, but I guarantee you've never actually heard what I actually have issue with. It's not the interview. I was totally okay with that interview. After the interview, I went on my own stream and I said,
It was very
that
fair.
went as well as I think it was going to go. I knew
will
they were going
always
to hit me with
try.
all those questions.
I
I
hear
given them
radiant
permission
soul.
beforehand to
When
ask
shadow
me.
falls,
Okay,
lamplight,
my issue with
more of those
Sidescroll
fishy
is that
bastards try
after
to...
that interview, they had
My
said
leg.
the next
I
day they
can't-
were going to do what they called a decompression stream. They were going to play Mario Kart
Easy.
or whatever, because they
We'll
knew
patch
so
you
much
up.
drama. They just wanted to unplug
Friend,
from the drama for a
go
day
assist the
so that they
general.
could just
So,
kind of calm
you
down and
live.
get back to normal.
It's
Also,
very
the
well.
agreement was
I would
after
say
that
the
interview,
Arathi
we
will
were supposed to
fight so
talk and they were
long
supposed
as
to
the
have me
light
on as a
is with
real
us.
guest. So
Just-
what happened on Kino Casino was actually supposed to happen right after my Side-Scrollers interview. What actually happened was they changed their schedule so that
To
that
read the
day
super
after
chats.
was a shit on Darkside Phil with his detractor session while we received donations to do it.
They reading the
And
super
it's
chats
like,
from the
wait,
previous
it's not
day.
even shooting gallery. Like that never happened.
Fact check,
That's the
reading
equivalent
super chats.
of someone like Barbara Walters, a high-end, journalist, interviewing someone that's a hot topic, asking them a tough question. And then the next
Keemstar,
day
you
she
know
goes
the
on
truth.
a show
You
and
should
says,
say it
"Wow,
here."
shit, I didn't believe a single thing he said. And then, by the way, all the people that don't like that person are paying her money for sponsorships behind the scenes and shit for saying that stuff on this interview. So that's what I'm not cool with. And then I did talk to them after, and they were like, "Oh no, we don't want you on the show anymore because we don't believe you." I was like, "Wait, what?"
Well,
Like,
they don't
that
have to
wasn't the
believe you.
agreement. It was
Oh, I didn't know that. I didn't know that.
Right in writing, they said, we don't trust you anymore.
They
We think
asked you
you're
to
a
come
liar.
back on
We don't
again.
want nothing to do with you anymore.
Yeah.
But now, listen to what happened after. My detractors gave them so much money for a couple of streams, they realized, ooh, this is the money train, right? They kept trying to get me on the show again after the fact, because they wanted the money train to continue. So now I'm like, no, fuck you guys, right? You treated me like dirt the next day, then you canceled what we were supposed to do. I'm not going to give you any money. This is crazy. Fucking talking about me on his show. He had a whole stream monetized the detractors where they came on his stream and gave him money to shit on him. And then he emailed me like, you Craig, you don't even fucking quit fighting me. Why would I put Street Fighter 6 with you? I'm not. I don't want anything to do with you anymore. Like, don't you get it? He was like so desperate for more attention for a series of months after. And then finally, I think he got the message. Except I got another email for him back in February. Will you be on our 1-year anniversary show? No, Craig, I don't want to be on your fucking show. And
Why
that's
didn't
the
you
last time I heard from him.
Why didn't you just respond then?
That's the truth. I
didn't
care about
respond.
the interview. That's the it was the father so totally done. And think of it this way. That interview, people would watch that interview and be like, well, I'm going to judge for myself now whether things Phil said are legit or not. Maybe he's lying. Maybe he's telling the truth. Judge. Instead, when they went on their show the next day and crapped on me all day, every single person who saw that interview is going to be like, well, if the interview...
You know what happened.
Right,
That's
right.
what they're saying.
Okay. I didn't know that, but also I can see that like almost 99% of all YouTubers still doing the same thing side-scrollers did, because they're just adapting. Okay, a lot of people hate DSP. Now let's bring his haters on. We're gonna make more money. We're gonna get more views. I mean, it's just unfortunately that's part of the business, right?
Okay.
Moving on to the side people, I know people are going to want me to talk to you about this. I think we should get started, all right? The whole Lol Cow Live podcast thing and what happened between us. I think it's time to hash it out and actually talk from our perspectives of what happened and figure out what really happened.
They talked beforehand.
It
This
seems like
sucks.
both of us
Yeah.
remember our own perspectives. And that's
They
the
talked
problem.
about this
You can only
beforehand
remember
about the
your own
topics.
perspective, right? You
Don't
get to
expect
see what
anything.
actually happened. Most of the time, reality is somewhere in the middle, correct? So, what I want to say is, number one, my first question, why were you so dead set, and where did you come up with this idea that when you were formulating this LOLCAL Live podcast, which now I believe is called, no, first it was the LOLCAL podcast, and then it became LOLCAL Live. Did you have a naming dispute or something stupid like that?
I'll get into that. Let me start at the very beginning, though.
Okay.
What inspired LOLCAL Live is our Twitter battle back and forth, right? So the weird thing is me and that Twitter video where I'm saying you're still stuck on level 1 has not only named the shit, but it also inspired Lolcow Live, because what happened was I'm like, okay, what about these guys like Wings, Boogie, and DSP that are kind of like stuck on level 1 and they can't get to the next?
It's too far away.
If they did a podcast together, it would be wildly successful. Everyone would tune in.
True.
And they
That
would
part
be able
is
to
true.
monetize their own F-ups or whatever, you know? So I had this idea, and I instantly started pushing you guys. Wings and Boogie just wrote in right away. You were relatively difficult, right?
Yeah,
it made
wanna
me want to
dig
go
into
through
that?
the email, which I'm like, why? Like, that makes no sense. Like,
Okay,
why
at least
don't
he's
we-
sticking up for this part.
Already talking in Twitter DMs. Why don't we just get on the phone and
Yes,
talk
he
about
was.
this right away? But I get it. I think part of the reason why you gave me so much pushback right off the gate is because we just got out of fighting. Why the hell would you trust me that I have good intentions, you know, right out the gate like that?
Yeah. Hey, here's the thing, and you said this earlier. Sometimes all you got to do is be nice to someone to get the reaction you want. And I'm the kind of person that I respond very, very negatively to, how can I say, negative stuff. So if
People
you
that are more
insult me,
successful than
I'm
you?
gonna have such a bad idea in my head about you that I'm not going to want to do anything with you. On the flip side of that, if you're nice to me, I tend to reciprocate. You know, it's kind of like they say, that's how you want to be treated, the golden rule.
Yeah.
And so if it had been more of you had approached me about this before our spat, I probably would have really seriously considered it. You want to know the truth? Dude, I was passionate with the email thing. Obviously, I could have easily talked to you outside of the email, but it's like, you know, this guy has been a
What
dick
the
to me,
fuck?
so I'm going to make him email me this shit in order to talk about, like, I could email, what the fuck,
God,
right?
I
We could
can't
easily
cringe
DM on
any
Twitter. It
fucking
was the
harder.
simplest thing, you know? So I
Yeah.
think the thing is, I think you kind of get that. You've been in the game, you know
God.
about how this game is played, right? We're going back and forth a little bit. It's, you know, I made him email me and fuck around and shit. But now, the reality here is, when you did finally get in contact with me and we were trying to arrange this call, it really was, I gave you the times. I know it was kind of difficult, but I stream a ton. I stream 6 days a week, full fucking time. I know from your perspective, you're like, dude, this is a 50K opportunity, and you should drop everything to talk to me. In my mind, that's not the kind of guy
I'm glad you're all
I'm
right.
really not.
Yeah.
Like, I know the money can
Now
help,
stop and
but
take
I'm not
a
like
breath
a
for
strongly
once.
money motivated
I
person.
must
It's like,
ensure
what,
my
is there something
people
I'm really
survive.
interested in doing? Is it something my community is interested in doing? You
A
know,
wave
and
of shadow.
I wasn't sold on,
What
on
just
the idea of being
happened?
on a podcast that you were running
Those
because you
shadows
had
came from
bad
the Dawn
blood.
Tower.
You know, even if it was a well-intentioned
Baron,
show,
wait!
I
We
wasn't
must
convinced
rebuild
that it wasn't going to
America.
turn into somehow, it's let's brag on DSP, let's hate on DSP, let's trap DSP into doing something he doesn't want to do.
Tower.
So I guess
And
you don't beg then,
There's
right?
a difference between being a guest
My
on a show
faith.
or actually getting into a
The
business
Dawn Tower.
arrangement where you must.
What is happening to it? Alric! She's...
The Harbinger has whispered to me of your arrival. And your failure at Dalaran.
Where is your master?
No! The sacred flame! What has Alric and his cults done?
Continue to do
I
a show
don't know.
for a long period of time,
But they
and that's
claim
what I really
allegiance to
was very
Xanatath.
apprehensive,
And so
about
their
getting
lives are
involved in.
forfeit.
So, quite frankly, even
My
if
arrows strike
we had
true.
talked about it and the offer was
The flame is
formally made,
corrupted.
I still
Can
don't
we
know if I would
restore
have done
it?
it because, you know, after
The only thing I can think of real quick, sorry for pausing, is that at the end of this, we're going to say, will you come on Lolcow Live? Like, that's the only way I can see Keem doing this like he's doing it. That's the only way he's conducting himself like this, is that he's going to say at the end, will you come on Lolcow Live then? We're friends now. Come on Lolcow Live. That's
10
all I can
years
think
again
of.
being beat up by the internet, you wonder. You always
He
gotta
knows
wonder
this
and
fucking
second-guess
sucks.
every
I mean, he
opportunity.
knows
Is it
it.
really a trap or not? You know, hell, when Kino Casino had me on, everyone thought it was going to be a trap. It was going to be, you know, he's going to
And it
fuck
was.
this
They
guy.
sneak this dude
and it ended up
endlessly.
not being that. You know, would that have been what that was? I don't know.
This... shadow!
Continuing on. Oh no, go ahead.
It's too
I was just going to say, I have
much.
a background of having successful
Anduin,
podcasts. I
help
had Beta,
her.
which was like the
Call
first one
upon
in
the light
commentary that
once
inspired
more.
all these other podcast that was, I mean, some of the views over there, and this is back in 2016, we're pulling like millions of views per episode.
No,
and then
I
I
can't.
launched Mom's Basement.
There must be another
we
way.
sold that to Spotify. It was Spotify exclusive. Did very well. So I know the podcast space really well, and I knew it enough that with you three, it would crush. And even with Wings and Boogie, it's doing very, very well.
Oh, Phil, you said it was on its
some
last
nights
legs.
We've had like
Any pushback?
20,000 concurrent viewers over there. Right now, we're averaging about 7,000 concurrent viewers, which is still amazing. Right? It's insane. And it's helped Wings and Boogie so much. Wings finally has savings, and Boogie doesn't have to worry about his mortgage anymore, because that was like his biggest fear, is that he would lose his house.
Right.
And it's a lot of fun to do. So.
All right, and to clarify something that I've heard you say, or at least some, you hear the shit through the grapevine. There's been this like misconception behind the scenes that apparently I was trying to plot with Boogie and Wings behind your back for us to do our own
You said you were
show
talking
and
about
put
it.
out.
You said
and
that.
I'd like to clarify that, because there's been so many people spinning it in negative ways.
You
Shit,
said
that I just want to
that.
let you know what really happened. And again,
Yeah.
you don't have to believe me, but I'd like to tell you my perspective here.
Sure.
Is when Boogie
We
said
are
he
a
had
light in
cancer
the
for the first
darkness.
time. I swear to
Okay.
God, this is true. When he
they
announced to the
still
internet
be
that he had
nearby?
cancer, what was it,
Continuing
like 2
to
years ago
corrupt
now
the
or something
flame.
like
Yep.
that, maybe 3, I don't even
A
know.
lamplighter
I
brings
actually
hope.
DM'd him on Twitter, and I wished him
Look
the
out!
best because I felt bad that I heard this, and I knew his history or whatever.
Okay.
And we basically had like a conversation
What are
at the
those
time,
things?
just back and forth, very cordial.
Hardly seem real.
A trick
And
of the
he
shadow.
had mentioned that he
I
always
will
wanted
deal
to do
with that.
content with me.
You all
And
go
I was
ahead.
Like, why would Boogie want to do content with me? Again, I don't understand why anyone wants to do content with me. I think I'm the most boring stupid dude, but apparently, well, you know, it's entertainment on it.
Definitely.
And so to me, I was like, I don't get it. So we talked a little more, and we kind of came up with this idea that maybe, you know, we would actually do a podcast together. Not that it would be an ongoing thing, but maybe we would do an episode or two and test the water. So that's actually, at that very moment when he announced he originally had cancer, was the moment we had that idea that perhaps we would do a show together. Now, I have no clue if at that time you were even talking to him about doing anything. You know,
Okay.
I don't know if you even had the idea in your head yet, but that's where it started, okay? And then over the time frame of like the next year or two when all this is coming together, basically what happened was, I guess you were trying to get the show together. This is when we had our spat where you were going to offer me the 50K and it fell apart. And then you talked shit about me online and stuff like that. He, even to my knowledge, you know, I guess he was very angry because he felt like I cost him $50,000. And I got contacted by a third party that I guess is supposed to be or something,
to target
and said, hey, so Boogie and Wings are interested in doing a podcast with just you without King. I swear to God, this is what happened. I did not contact them.
Oh, well, Boogie can
I
say
was
if this is true or
contacted by
not,
this
so...
third-party guy saying this was the case. Now, I thought this is some fucking train. Right? So I went to Boogie and I asked him, is it legit? He says, yes, this guy's legit. Trust him. I'm like, okay. So then I talked to this guy for a while, and the idea was that Boogie and Wings were going to do their boxing match for you. And when they were done, and everything was cooling down, it would be a great thing to start a podcast with the three of us to take that momentum on their side from this boxing, right? And so I was in talks with this guy, working it out. He was basically going to arrange the streams. I was going to be kind of a host. They were going to be on, you know, we're working all the details out. You know, we'll profit share, all this shit, right? Who knows where it will go? And then all of a sudden, it gets announced that Wings and Boogie are doing your show instead of mine. And everyone's at my, like, Phil, what happened? You know, I thought you were talking, you were going to have a show with them or whatever. I was like, I don't even know what you're talking about. I was, to my knowledge, it was probably going to happen. And now it's not, apparently, and everyone's
Wasn't it the pre-stream and Keemstar was there?
Like, what did I do? I'm just talking to this guy who claims this is how it's going to happen or whatever. I don't know who the guy is. I really don't. So I don't crap on him or anything. But go ahead.
So here's what really happened, right? I announced I want to do Roll Call Live. It's the greatest idea ever. It's going to be a wild success. The hosts are going to be DSP, Wings, Boogie. Me and you never come to agreement. It doesn't happen, right? So it's dormant for like, what, 6 months? Like, it's set dormant for a long time. And then I go and focus on this fight between Wings and Boogie. Well, while I'm building hype and working my ass off to make this, viral like it was, they had so much attention around it. This other guy swooped in named Games Attorney, right? Was that his name, Game Attorney or Games Attorney?
Yes.
One of these names, there's Game Attorney and Games Attorney. One of these names is legitimate, and everyone knows them from back in the day in commentary because they worked with H3 and other people.
I am not
and are
sure
actual attorneys.
I've ever heard such a boring podcast
literally
in my
just
life.
has a similar name. And the guy with the similar name is the guy that reaches out to Wings and Boogie, who think he's legit, and they're like, okay, we'll do a podcast with you since it's not going to happen, and we'll keep Keem out of it, and we'll get DSP, and so they start talking to you. Then I find out that they're doing this show without me. I'm like, oh, hell no, this is my idea. I'm doing it. So then they leave you, and I pick out the Games Attorney guy, and that's why we had to change the name, because it was the Lolcow podcast. He already went and built all the usernames all over online.
Oh.
So I was like, yeah.
Okay,
So it was like I had to kick this random guy out of the whole business transaction, and then create new brand names and all that called Lolcow Live. Yeah. So that's what happened there.
Okay.
All right,
Can we
so yeah,
please
just so you know,
vote?
I wasn't trying to skank you, skunk you. I wasn't trying to do anything.
Skunk
like,
you.
I was barely
Alfred,
involved.
2,500 viewers for
Guys,
this.
man,
These
and I got
traitors are
pulled
wielding
into it.
powerful
And I had seen
darkness
people
up
saying,
ahead.
see, Darkside Phil was trying to steal the show from King. What the fuck is going on here? Right? It's okay.
Shadow!
You had Boogie and Wings in the middle that are like trying to get you involved, but also trying to get me involved, right? So they were playing both sides, really. And then when I found out what was going on, I was like, all right, the Game Attorney guy, he's gone. Like, get him out.
I will
Okay.
see
Yes.
if we stop
All right,
that
now,
ritual.
To continue
I should
on
be
talking
able to
about your
cleanse the
current
flame.
show,
Next,
I
insanely
think
boring
you
topic.
probably have heard me be very critical of you and the kind of content that you've done over the years. To be forward with the audience here, because maybe you guys have not heard me criticize King before. I'm the kind of guy.
Light be my...
Stand strong. The darkness won't take us today.
I don't have time.
Anduin, your light.
More shadows.
That I
We're
want to
trapped
make
in
sure
here,
that the content that
aren't
I'm
we?
making, at the end of the day, I can go to
we're
sleep.
not.
It
Doesn't matter.
Right? And not have like
I'm no longer
bad feelings about man, what I do. Yeah, I got a lot of money. Man, I don't know if I can sleep at night. All right. And what I know I can do is I want to be sure that the content that I make isn't hurting others. Right?
Let's
When
go.
I'm doing my podcast,
We can
Not
do
making
this
fun
if
of
we
review
stick
tag.
together.
on other
When I'm
shows.
felting
These are not
duty.
harmful. These are fun. They're silly. You know, people find get a chuckle out of it. But it's not like, oh, I bullied someone or I hurt someone or something like that. Okay? I'm gonna be honest with you, King. I've seen a lot of the drama alert stuff you've done over the years. I've seen some of this.
Please,
and
Keem,
I do
ask.
feel like some
What
of the
about when
content,
you
not
review-
all of it, that's for sure.
What
but
about
some of
when
the
you
stuff you've
react
done,
to,
light
the
shines
stuff
through
you've
you.
actually
Tech?
helped a lot. I've seen
But what if it
times
goes out?
where you interjected yourself into
What
a
if you
situation
failed
like
your
that
people?
guy who was swatting people, and you actually, I believe
You
you,
think
got his
I've
information
never
reported to the police. That's a direct example of
never
how you
made
actually
mistakes.
stopped something that could have done worse than it worked. And that's to be applauded and commended. All right? But at the same time,
I was never even supposed to be in Halifax.
exaggerated or
I stowed
really
away
hammed
to
up
escape a
on your
family
content.
that only
I'm
ever
not
saw
a
me
fan of
as a
that, but you know,
failure.
that's a morality thing with me.
Was
That's
it a mistake?
my own personal code.
I
That's what
lost an
grew up
eye
with.
and an
Personal
arm
code.
from it.
Upbringing. I would not want
Does
to
that
make
make you
bullying style
unworthy of
content
the
like that.
light?
and you might even disagree that it's bullying, and that's fine. I'm going to give you the opportunity to counter this.
I
But
regret
for me,
nothing.
I would feel bad if I made that kind of
I
content.
keep
okay?
fighting because
now,
in the darkness,
with Lolcow Live, when you were approaching me
it's
with
all
this
we can
idea for
do.
a show, the whole idea that the name of the
I
show is
can't give
Lolcow, that's a negative tone. It
It's
really
not
is.
in my nature.
Not thinking, so the whole idea behind the show
And I don't think
is
it's in
bullying.
yours
You're going to bully
either.
me and me. That's the last thing that I want to be involved in. Even if there's money involved, a big 50K bonus, you know, if the show goes more,
You don't understand.
Oh my God, these questions
myself
go on
from
for
that
5
and make
minutes.
controlled
Each
by
question.
darkness.
and that's my philosophy. And so I want you to
Part of me
understand,
enjoyed
I
it.
know that you're a
Enjoyed
businessman who makes
hurting
tons of money.
people?
But that's
Or
not
no
what it was
longer
about
being
for me.
able to
It's
agonize
a
over
morality thing.
every thought
So,
and action.
Okay. Yes.
What is your take on
Oh, here's the
kind
question.
of content you make, this
Having
Lolcow live show?
doubt,
What is your
making
perspective
mistakes.
on that? Because I think a lot of people
None
would like
of
to hear
these
it
make you
from your mouth
unworthy,
why
Anduin.
you feel the
They
content
light
you
your
make
path
is
forward.
good content, is safe content, is not harmful content. Because this is the conception I hear from a lot of people, that you're a misery broker.
No,
and stuff
that's
like
what you
that.
think,
So what do you
PSP.
have to say about that?
Use a scrunchie.
I mean, I don't
entrance
agree with that
heard me.
assessment.
It's
The
gone.
majority of
There really is no way
drama
out.
alert content
Enough of your illusions,
is
Zalata.
informing the public on the T, right? This person is fighting with this person. This is what was said. That was what was said in
Belador's light
response.
has returned.
And every once in a while, I give my
Thank
opinion,
you,
like
Illyria.
yikes or wow, you know, I think this person's wrong or whatnot. That's the majority of the content. Now, sometimes, you know, I really want to get an opinion out there because it either affects me personally, like this Duty situation,
We
right?
will find
I was
Zalata.
insulted listening to Duty say that
We
this
owe our
content
service
is-
to
I'm like,
those in need.
bro, I've been doing this
Illyria,
for 15 years. You
we
click
would have been
fill
lost
and
without
upload it.
you.
You're not a content creator. You know what I
Thank
mean?
you.
So like sometimes
I know, we're
glad you're all
busting our
safe.
asses to make content
Let's
every day.
end
This
this.
fucker
Yeah.
is just stealing us and then making money on our backs, and we're supposed to be okay with that, right? Like, I'll just let him do whatever he wants. No, that's
like the most-
insulting.
It was so insulting, and it seems like such a petty thing. I'm sure from the audience for me to get triggered by, but I was like, no, stop calling yourself that. This is bullshit. So like sometimes, you know, when I have a strong opinion, I share it, but I'm not really in the business of bullying. But I'm sure I come across that way to you because the incident, right? You know, we cover on Drama Alert. The result of that is you getting bullied, right? Obviously.
Obviously.
You did talk smack about me, and you had this opinion of me, and then I fire back, and the result of that was probably bullying, right? You know, I am engaged in like a lot of fights with other content creators and arguments back and forth and debates. That probably comes across like bullying. I mean, even the conversation I just had with Duty, right? Here I am, Keemstar, and he's like this little clip channel, if you will, right? That probably to some people comes across as bullying. When really, I was just trying to educate them. But I don't think I'm a bully, and I also think like the internet like picks on me and roasts me and bullies the ever living crap out of me on every single day. So it's not like you know, some people truly have armies.
We cannot
right?
hide from
They have like a huge fan base, and if they say this person bad, thousands go attack them, right?
Join me, please.
You know the light is not with me.
There is no darkness so deep that the light cannot reach us. Just be here with me. Now, breathe. We are the seekers of light. We are the holders of hope. In the very heart of shadow, we are the lamps that guide the way. It's a first step. The rest is just time. and trust.
Correct.
I don't really
My
have that.
faith
I've never had
kindles
that.
my
Like, I don't have like
We need to return to
hardcore
Merodal.
supporters like that.
I need to let
that
the general know
will
what happened
just,
here.
Agree with everything I say and
This
just go
order
attack
of
someone.
night
In
is
fact,
no
most of the
mere
time,
cult.
my viewers are like,
harbinger
no,
they
team's
speak
wrong,
of
and this
is
is why, you know.
Xalatath.
So I just don't agree with that assessment, Phil.
I will say this, even though maybe morally I don't agree with you on it, I do think some of the stuff you have done has been bullying, and I think it's okay. We can agree to disagree on it, right? We don't have to hate each other because of that, okay?
Yeah,
Right.
great.
The far worse scenario here is
In
not
hardship,
you are
kindness.
not this giant devil villain of YouTube. The people
We're
who
all
really
down
are the
here
worst
together.
are
Detractors.
detractor, crazy,
Yeah.
insane people who do things like they
The
formulate
detractors.
cultish groups that
They were
hate
right.
people and will do the bad things, right? I think the one time you ever got called out for the big time was when you accidentally misidentified someone who was a streamer, I think as a pedophile, and you publicly apologized for it. You exposed your mistake. I remember
Yes.
that whole arc, right?
Oh yeah.
These detractors will never admit a mistake. They literally will always say the worst thing about the person, and then they will never correct themselves. They're always, they don't even care if it causes personal harm. They'll clip your shit. They'll insult you. They'll insult your family. They'll bring in every possible personal fucking thing into the
comes back to
situation to
me.
make you look like a villain or a devil, but none of it's fucking true. And it's like, I understand why people would be upset with some of the content you've made, but I don't think that someone like you is like the end-all be-all bad person on YouTube. I think it's these detractor communities that need to be analyzed, and I've actually said this in the last couple of weeks. Everyone wants to do documentary on Darkside Phil.
Because
right?
Mike Star.
No, you want to know what the best documentary ever would literally be? The documentary on the Darkside Phil detractors.
Definitely.
That actually rip into them. Who are they? Why do they fucking behave like this? How the
Yes,
cult
please.
formed?
I
Wouldn't that
welcome
be
it.
more fascinating than just ragging on me for the same shit for 10
Contact me,
years?
Mike Klum.
We just dealt with this situation on Local Live, and it was Wings' detractors, right? So one of the main points of the show
We
is
are
we
the
bring
holders of hope.
the detractor on to like either confront Boogie or confront Wings. And there was this guy, 007, who hates Wings and is trying to put this message out that Wings is like a danger to children. He's a pedo, right?
Wow.
So we have him on to
similar
make
to
all
Dave.
his points, and 100% Wings said horrible, questionable stuff in the past, like trying to be funny, trying to be
Similar
a jock.
to
Gotcha.
you, right? DSP.
But Wings just destroyed this guy. Like when they had
In
this
hardship,
talk back and forth,
kindness.
you could clearly tell.
Yeah, bring Tevin
that
on. That'd be
Wings
pretty cool.
007 had this parasocial relationship with Wings. He was obsessed with him. He was stalking him. He was following everything he was doing, and he was trying to push narratives that just weren't based in reality. And I think we had like something like 5,000 concurrent viewers that night. This is a while ago before the show really popped off.
We
And
burn brightly
the audience,
together.
I did a poll. The audience overwhelmingly were on Wings' side. And they said, this guy is legitimately crazy. He is way bigger of a loser than Wings of Redemption. So I think you are right in that assessment, right?
But-
that some of the people that harass you and are obsessed with you, if someone were to examine them and what they do on a daily basis, they would come to the same conclusion. This individual is more of a loser than Phil.
Right.
I don't know what we're doing here.
Still on top of the well.
That's Philip's biggest problem is when he interviews people, he acts like he does not give a shit what they say.
I think people would probably roast me so bad if I did not bring up a certain point, a little thing of contention that we've had a little spat about recently. Even you publicly threatening me again on one of your Twitter accounts, which is how we tend to go back and forth a lot of the time. So recently on one of my shows, I made a comment that Lalcow Live is scripted. All right. Admittedly, when I made that comment, I did not say it is my opinion that Lalcow Live is scripted. I said Lalcow Live is scripted, right?
Yeah.
You would think that people would have common sense to understand that when someone says something like that on the internet, it's their opinion. However, I sometimes forget that a lot of people on the internet are incredibly fucking stupid and will take everything as fact for no good reason. So, yeah, you're right. I shouldn't have said it in a way. I should have prefaced it and said, my opinion is Lalcow Live is
Big up
scripted.
Silver Cyborg.
And you then went on a tweet and actually threatened legal litigation against me for saying that.
Yeah,
So I
so-
said, fair enough, this guy actually has a point. I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna put a disclaimer on the videos from now on saying that my podcast is my opinion. That way, it covers all bases, right? In reality, let's be honest, you were not gonna sue me. You were making a point. The point was valid, but that's the way you go about it, and I know that. That's why I'm not gonna get ultra pissed about it.
Well, I was trolling you a little bit, like you were trolling me and making me email you. Like, I heard the clip, right? And you're like, no, it's 100% scripted. It's 100%. I'm like, it's kind of defamation, because it's okay for you to have that opinion, but you can't say for a fact it's scripted, right? So I put out that tweet, and Turkey Tom called it out right away. He was like, bro, you're not but then when you made the update, all right, you know, I was glad that you put that little disclaimer there that was your opinion, and I just deleted the tweet.
Right. But now,
Right.
But go ahead.
But to tell you, it's not scripted. It really isn't scripted. I know it's insane. I know it's absolutely insane when you watch our show, and anyone would think, okay, there's no way this is real. But Boogie is insane. Like, he's a crazy person. Wings is a crazy person. You are a character, right? Like, you know.
You could say I'm a crazy person. Wow.
Well, some people would say that you're crazy, right? But the reason why the three of you are so popular in these big, like, exposed documentaries from the commentary community is because you're characters. You're truly entertaining. Maybe not in the way where you have like 10,000 concurrent viewers and you have 1 million subscribers, but there is so much value that you guys have, but you're not self-aware of that value, right? But other people that watch you are.
And
there's a chance here.
That's why you're in this documentary. Like, I'm able to look at Wings and Boogie and yourselves and see the value, and that's why I was like, bro, a show, Locale Live, it would crush, right? We just had Kino Casino the other day, right? Who saw the value in the DSP interview, right? They saw the value.
Yeah, money.
They understand it, right? Not everyone does. And I think
I see the value.
And I think that's something that you really have to be aware of, is that you might not be seeing that return on your individual channel, but you do have value. And there are so many big YouTubers and content creators that would want to collaborate with you. I'm sure there's someone out there with 1 million subscribers that does cooking. If DSP goes over to their house and does cooking with them, right? And we get to see DSP like in a different, in an IRL like vlog type style video, it's gonna pop off. Everyone's gonna talk about it. It's gonna be clipped. There is value there that's untapped, you know?
Okay. Okay, thank you for that. That's actually very kind.
Okay, wasn't listening.
I want to get back to the whole scripted thing.
I wasn't listening.
I'm gonna press you a little bit. Don't get upset, okay?
Oh, God.
I'm ready for it.
You gotta promise. All right. You recently have had Boogie on the side of a highway, picking up trash, taking his shirt off, which you told him to do, and then he picked up a bottle. Right? And in that bottle, supposedly was a mystery liquid that no one knew what it was. And of course, it's piss. And you said, if you drink the piss, you can stop doing this right now and you can go home, right? Or maybe you could cut time off of doing it, or something like that.
Right.
And he did it. He literally did it. He pulled out this bottle and he drank it. And that's the money shot. That's what everyone was, oh my God, I can't believe Boogie drank piss. He's so down, blah, blah, blah. Are you honestly going to tell me right now that Boogie drank piss on Locale Live?
Well, I don't know. I don't know if it's piss, right? But it's more funny to call it piss than
yes, correct.
Kool-Aid or whatever the fuck was in the bottle, right?
Get it,
so,
Philip?
Like, you know, the whole idea of whether or not it was piss or not, no one really knows, right? But I think somebody found the original bottle of that drink and it was orange to begin with, so it probably wasn't piss. Yeah. What I will say is this. Boogie shouldn't have a career. He shouldn't at all. Like, what he did was horrible. All right. So I understand me making him pick trash seems like I'm a bully or whatever. But It's really not. Like, Boogie's got to do even more crazy stuff for our entertainment. He faked cancer. Okay,
May
that is
Baladar
so huge.
stay in the light.
Phil, that is so bad. Is there anything that you've ever done in your career, any mistake you've ever made, that even remotely comes close to that?
Well,
Of
there's
course
one thing.
Yeah, it's like, that's insane. So,
That's not that
No.
close, though. Just a joke there.
So,
unfortunately,
okay, with that situation though, like him going to the highway, him doing that's something that you planned, you instituted, and it wasn't like one day Boogie wakes up and he goes, well, I need some content for the show, I'm just gonna go pick up trash at the side of the highway, right? So it's scripted. You scripted the event.
They
correct?
planned the
Well,
thing. What?
3 days before this takes place, right? I tell the audience, all right, we're going to make him do community service.
Yeah.
And then I call Boogie.
That's
and
not
I say, in
scripted.
3 days,
Sacred
we're going
flame
live,
guide your way.
and you need to go find trash to pick up on the side of the highway. I mean, that's the script. The script is Boogie is going to pick up trash.
So that's
you know?
planned,
So it's
not
like, is
scripted.
it-
scripted,
fair
Philip.
to say that that's scripted? You know what I
No.
mean? I'm sure you make plans to play certain video games on your stream, right?
That same thing, right?
Is the stream scripted because you made the plan to play that actual video game? You know what I mean?
Yes, it is. That's actually exactly what that means. It means that it's scripted, that I have a script for what I'm
What?
going to do on that stream. That's
Please
actually
push
the
back
definition
here.
of what it means. You have a plan in place. That's a script.
Push
you're gonna
back.
Follow
Make
to
Melodon
Keem,
stay
this
in
is
the
the
light.
chance.
piece of content. So I understand what you're saying. You're not saying it's fully scripted. It has improv that's happening naturally, and that's where the entertainment value is.
I'm so shocked at that response, right? Because
Yes.
there is no script. Yes, you're planning to play that game, but you're lying, all right? You're reacting to
Who knows what's gonna happen?
and you're saying that. You're not deciding, right? The only script here is Boogie will pick up trash for 2 hours. Community service.
That's it.
You know?
Is that a
and
script?
everything else is not scripted. You know, there was nobody planted the bottle. He just so happened to find a bottle, and he said, "Oh, look, somebody peed in a bottle." And then right away, I'm like, "You need to drink that if you want to quit
How
early."
does Philip
the
double
warmth
down
of the
on
sacred
this?
flame.
It just
Right?
happened, you know.
We burn brightly together.
Earlier this year, when you had your hosts essentially in a rotation saying, I'm going to quit, now I'm back, I'm going to quit, now I'm back. Are you saying that that's all legit? That was legit stuff? It wasn't talked about behind the scenes? It wasn't like, oh, we'll emphasize this and, you know, exaggerate it for drama purposes?
Right before the cancer thing, I went live and I just tore Boogie a new one, and Wings a new one, and Tommy C a new one, and they didn't know I was doing that. There's so many times where I just hate this show. They're so impossible to deal with. They're so impossible to work with. I got Boogie going around telling CoffeeZilla that he doesn't get paid from the show.
I heard
when
that.
when really the show is paying his mortgage. I'm pissed.
Philip knows a lot
I'm
about this
pissed.
show,
Bro,
doesn't he?
I work so
Elric
hard to
corrupted
get
the
this
Dawn
thing
Tower's
working, Phil,
flame.
for them, and they're
Ashes
getting
take
checks
that
off of it,
man.
and then they'll
And this
go and
harbinger.
carelessly say something to another content
When
creator
shadow
that they're not
falls,
getting paid from the show.
lamplight
Like,
is
I was
rise.
super offended. I'm not doing this anymore. But then what happens
We should
next
grab
is
some food at the
Destiny
inn while we
reaches out to
can.
me and he wants to confront
One
Boogie.
of the general's
Now,
rules I
know
happily
this is going to be
follow.
amazing content, so I go and tell those guys, hey, I want you to do a reaction stream to the stream that I just did where I was saying I was quit. And they're like, okay, we'll do one. I go, say whatever you want. I won't get mad, right? And, you know, so they do it, and
I
they
pray
start
for the
responding.
flame to
and
show
then
us the
I
way.
just jumped in with Destiny. They had no idea that I was bringing Destiny on. Destiny hits them. And now it's like, yes, I just got done saying I'm quitting, but we are on this content that if I don't take advantage of right now, it's part of the adapting thing, Phil, that I'm telling
Yeah.
you about, right?
Right.
If I don't jump on this right now, this would be the biggest mistake ever. So then I stick with the show, and then things happen with Tommy, and you know, there were times when Wings wanted to quit the show. He truly wanted to quit the show. You know, none of that stuff is planned. It's just we're all a little bit crazy. We're all characters. You know, we all react like that to anything, you know?
Okay, so you are making a public statement. All that stuff is real. That's not any scripted bullshit.
Oh, God,
where you
Philip.
planned it ahead of time. It's just stuff that actually happens on your show. 'Cause the perception is, from the outside,
From
it looks
you.
like it's fake. It really does. It looks like it's
So
a
who
reality
gives a
TV
shit?
show that you script
After
and
each
kinda
battle,
in
I come
advance
here
and
to assist
let play
Caleb
out,
at the
but it totally
infirmary.
looks like when
He can always
Wings
use
is
an extra
Philip.
pair of
and how
hands.
Tommy's quitting, and this
And
guy's
I
quitting.
can
Like,
see
that's
the
a shtick
price
you do
each
every once in a while
conflict
because you need more
extracts.
content. It doesn't seem legit as an outside
You've
viewer.
been a great
just to let you
help
know.
already.
If you were to see, if
If
you were
you
to
could
listen to
assist
all
Caleb,
the
Who gives a
private
shit? They have
conversations,
7,000
it's
viewers.
the same thing in private.
The
that, like, never
darkness
hits
takes
the
a
air.
heavy. We
It's like,
lose
it's
so
just-
many at the wall.
There's constant
I have
like,
some spare
hey, are we
bandages.
going live now? And then someone
Their
ignores and doesn't
strategy
respond for like
vexes
10
me.
hours.
Their
and
only
it's like,
goal
bro,
seems
do you
to
know
be
how
the
much money
fight
the show's
itself.
making? Yo, you need to respond. And there's
If they
conflict
open a
behind
new
the scenes
front,
the entire time.
I fear
Just the other day. Okay, here's a good
would be
example.
our end.
Just the other day, Kino Casino was trying to get Wings Redemption to play video games with me.
I was going to ask you about this, so I'm glad we're getting to it now. Good.
So PPP DMs Wings, hey, come play video games with me and Phil. Wings responds to PPP and says, no, I don't want it to mess with my money. Keem's holding a grudge against PPP, or against Kino Casino.
Okay,
Now-
that's interesting.
Why wouldn't Wings just talk to me and ask me if that's cool or have a conversation or better understand? Why is he speaking for me?
He made an assumption, a bad assumption, and now it looks bad on you because he made a bad assumption.
So now I got Kino Casino over here spreading this, propaganda that Keem's garnishing Wings' wages and like all this stuff. When it's not true. And he made that assumption based on me telling Wings like maybe a week ago or 2 weeks ago, stop plugging Kino Casino, because they were also saying the show is fake, and the show is not fake. It's not scripted, right? And I've always liked their show. We've shouted them out, but it came to a point where they were saying so much negative stuff that we can't really plug them anymore. I'm not going to shout them out if they're saying negative stuff.
Yeah.
So Wings took that and ran with it where there was a grudge. So, I had all these problems because of Wings, and we get on the phone and I'm like, Wings, listen, this is a good opportunity for Lolcow Live, for yourself, for Phil, for Kino Casino.
We are the holders of hope
the collab.
For the end. The darkness
Was
comes.
he there? No, he had to go take a fucking nap. So it's like, this shit doesn't like, it seems like somebody wrote the story I just told you.
Yeah, it does. Right.
But it's true. That's what really happened, right? That's what it's like dealing with these guys.
The thing is, knowing a little bit of Wings' history, I actually do believe you on this story because he's had a track record of saying he was going to do something and then backing out at the last minute.
Great addition there, Philip. Can we move on now?
So because of that, I believe you. I will give you the benefit of the doubt on that story. I do think it was on him, and yeah, I think that he did spin you in a bad light there. Thank God it got squashed before anything too bad happened, and now you have another war between two groups for no good reason.
It's not a war.
I think that was
internet drama,
actually.
dude.
So,
yeah,
Phil, listen, I'm on the phone with Wings
Welcome,
screaming
outsider.
at him. Don't fucking speak for me ever again. Dude, stop saying shit that I'm not saying. Dude, I'm fucking mad at him.
Now
And he
this
goes,
one
well,
looks
Keem,
like
I
they
just
have a
think it would
story
be
to
a good
tell.
idea if you let
May
me
the
play.
light
I'm
of
like,
the cats
you
are
should
trained
play.
as well
I
as the
never said you
soldiers are.
couldn't.
When one
And so
bonds to
me
you,
and Wings
you have a
squash
friend
it.
for life.
He's gonna play with you that night. And after all
Do you
that,
have a
after
lynx?
this big
Be
fight,
strong,
this big feud of
my
like
friend.
20 minutes of me and Wings
no.
going back and forth in
No,
private,
no.
he doesn't show up.
I am not a cat
right?
person.
You can't write that script.
Yeah.
You can't. This is reality of working with them.
Wow. And to be honest with you, I almost feel like I made the right decision because if I was on that show with those guys and we were going through this shit every day, it'd be like, I don't think I can stand it, man. I'm 42 years old. I'm fucking getting older. I don't have time for this bullshit. It's like, it's time to work. No, we can't work because they're fucking around today. Like, no, fuck this, They kick them off the show. I'll just fucking do it myself. I guess that's my attitude, So I gotta give you some props there too.
Props.
So now we've been going for an hour. All right. I want to give you an opportunity.
Please.
You have any questions you would like to ask me at all?
Please take
anything.
this somewhere.
And
Please.
I'm gonna be honest
I
with
am
you. There's certain
begging
things I'm
and
not gonna
begging.
talk about, like fucking finances and shit. But if you have any stuff you want to ask me, I want to give you a forum here to do that as well.
Please
It was
take
not
this
supposed to be just
somewhere.
me interrogating you. And and then probably I told my viewers we probably end. I don't know how long we have, but we probably end it by like 1 p.m. So that way I'm respecting your time too. But I want to give you a forum here. Is there anything that you would like to talk about?
We can end it relatively soon, and I don't really have questions. I more just have advice. All right.
Sure.
Do not let this opportunity slip. All right. When you get 10, 15 people saying Phil is king, right? It could be 20,000 people. It could be 100,000 people. It doesn't need to stop. In order to build on this, it's just collaborations after collaborations after collaborations, right? I think you hit the nail on the head having me on first because we've had so much of a heated argument. People are going to tune in and see this. There's 2,600 people here right now. Like, that's an insane number, right?
For me.
I wouldn't, I feel like over the last decade, you've kind of reverted to like a safe place because you had to, right? It's a defensive mechanism. Like, you go out, you collaborate with people, or you start talking to more people, and you get treated unfairly. So fuck that. Like, you end up turning into a control freak. And it's just your channel, just your viewers, just people that agree with you. And I think that's a natural thing that happens. I don't think that you went out of your way to be this weird control freak, right? I think it happens out of a sense of being on the defense all the time, right?
Right. That's exactly what happened. And the times I did try, because you probably don't know this, there was a couple of times I did try to do collabs with other streamers. My detractors would go to their fucking streams and harass the shit out of them and their fan bases, and those people had to cancel because they're like, I'm
Aralia,
sorry, we can't
send a
have
runner
our
to Farron's
business
new
is
elf
ruined
friend.
because your detractors are
We
fucking
need to
unhinged.
talk.
So I didn't have
Farron
the
tells me
opportunity
your friend
to do
feels
those
the
kind of
void.
crossovers, which
We
would
are
have
the
benefited.
seekers.
I'm either going to regret meeting
And so
her
now,
or thank
now
the
that
flame.
it's like the doors open a little bit and you can see the outer world, so like, yes, you know, not everything's going to be a win, not everything's going to be successful, but you have to just keep collaborating. You have to just keep
We burn
changing it up,
brightly
doing bigger
together.
things. You know, you
Outsiders are a
constantly need to
welcome
think
surprise.
about, like, what does not just my hardcore fans want, but the people that are interested in me want. And some of those are haters. What do they want? Like, I keep bringing up me having a conversation with side scrollers. I think that's cool. I think everybody tunes in. I think the Kino guys promote it, they review it. I'm going to be interested in it. I think Local Live tunes in and reviews it to see how that conversation goes. You just got to keep doing risky stuff and not necessarily being in the safe bubble anymore. Now you just got to go.
I appreciate that advice. I agree with you, but I do want to say this to my viewers as well. Many people have been along for this crazy
we
ride
go.
with me since the beginning. The only reason I'm still
Sacred
here today,
flame
and
guide
even
your
we're
way,
having this
friend.
conversation, the reason that I had an audience to be
Carry your
be on Kino
torch,
Casino
you
is
light the
because I have
city.
a hardcore fan base that stuck with me through thick and thin, and I want them to know that I'm not going to abandon you just because I'm doing new content like this. You're not going to get to see me play the hot new games. You're not going to get to see me do my normal shit.
We'll see about that.
It's still going to happen because a lot of people are afraid of what's changing. People are afraid of change, right? And I
harbingers
get
from
that.
the
They go,
Black
oh, Phil's just
Empire?
going to do this collab shit now. No, it's
Baron's
going
at
to be
the
a part of
orphanage.
everything that I do.
She was the first child to call it
completely
home.
No.
Agree
Something
with your
else.
advice. Things
A
have changed.
survivor
I
from
need
the
to change, or
depths
else
of
I'm just going
time.
to be this little rinky-dink guy making content for 500 people on his channel forever. Obviously, I don't want to be stuck or pigeonholed into that kind of, I want to be able to do cool things. I'd love to do collab streams with different people, talk about different topics, not just be known as the asshole everyone shits on. So this is great. Thank you for coming on the show. But I have one final question for you, man, before I let you go.
Here's
This
the
is
planned
important,
joke.
right? Mm-hmm. Is your beard real?
You're weird looking.
Yeah, it's real,
Have you seen
but
any
it's died.
spooky stuff?
It's died because
Oh my God, he admits it's
Yeah.
died. I can't believe he would say that on the show.
yeah, because we're the same age, right?
Why
You know,
are
my
monsters
beard would be
mean?
fully gray, right?
Yeah, look at me. People used to say to me, Phil, your beard is patchy. I was like,
It-
do you not
it
understand what
is.
age is, you idiot? My beard is getting white. I'm older now. It's not that I have holes in it. I'm fucking old, dude. Like, people age and people choose to do things differently. I said, I'm not going to cover nothing up. I know I'm losing my hair. I'm not going to fucking shave my head or wear a hat. I'm just going to let it look. And so people criticize my look. They're constantly on you because you grow the beard out, you dye it. It's your thing, though. It's your trait. It's the thing that's notable about you. When you think Keemstar, you think
Yeah.
the beard,
Oh,
right?
definitely.
The black beard, and that's why I dye it. And
Luscious
you know, the
beard.
same thing with the hat. I always wore hats. Like, you know, over the last couple of years, I've been wearing like bandanas and whatnot, and just because they're more comfortable. But I really shouldn't. I should always have a hat on. It should be relatively a black hat, and I should always have a black beard. That's my look. That's how I'm recognized throughout the world. You know, it's part of my costume, if you will, for online.
Yeah. Any final thoughts or anything before we adjourn here?
Dude, you know who you really should talk to?
Ooh,
Review Tech USA.
Oh man.
I would love
man.
that conversation.
Come on. But I mean, I'm holding his
would
final
love it.
chip.
I would love it.
I don't want to have to take this away. I have a final chip with this guy. I mean, he might be completely felted if we do that. I might actually like lose his final chip. I don't know if I want to do that to him. You know what it is with me? Like, I just did a fucking 4-hour show on the guy, right? I ragged on him, I destroyed him, and it's like, to me,
I destroyed him.
I've been there.
I destroyed
I've been
him.
subject to that kind of shit so much that it's like, I know that hurt him. After 10 years of abuse he gave me, I finally gave it back to him. And it's like, I kind of said my piece, and yes, I'll reference him in my content and joke a little bit, but I don't know how it's gonna benefit him. I mean, he probably would think it would benefit him, but also, I mean, let's be honest here, Queen, have you seen him recently? Like, he's barely coherent when he's even on a stream. Because I don't
Dude,
even know
it's
how I would
bad.
do a stream with this guy. Because
So
he's
watching
popping
a
edibles and shit.
review
And this
tech,
is not
pretty
making
cool.
fun of
Are
him.
you
This
from
is,
above?
he's doing it publicly.
Don't
This
wander
is not,
off into
oh, I'm
the
trying to
dark.
talk shit about the guy. I don't even know how I could have a conversation with him without him like trailing off and his eyes closing, and then, you know. So maybe, all right, a good suggestion. I will take your suggestions to heart. And I want to thank you for coming on the show, being the first guest on the Level 1 podcast. I'm not shitting you. I didn't have anything working like this until today. Like, I never would have been able to have a guest on the show. I never used Discord like this before or anything. So this is all a first time thing for me, and I think it went well. Everyone in the chat seems to have loved it. They said everything went well, and you know, they liked the questions I asked, and we had the conversations they wanted. So I guess it worked out. And let me put it this way: I wish you well with the Lolcow Live. I do.
Fuck Brian, I guess.
Just understand that it's a morality thing for me. For me, like a show about it's lolcows. Let's make
going
him
back
do
to
this.
this?
And it's degrading shit. That's something that I could not be involved in. But that's me. And your content, and your guys who are in there, if you're okay with it, then so be it. Content exists for a reason, and variety exists for a reason, right? And that's okay to have options.
Well, it's. Let me leave with this.
What are you? Only play when it's day, because at night, monsters fight. Grown-ups say be careful in the dark. Know what to do during curfew.
We are a light in the darkness. That's the warning bells of the main gate.
Children, inside!
I will see you through the shadow. Merildar's under attack! Children, stay inside.
I like it when the star shines. Are you from above? I can hide in the dark.
You're weird looking.
The woman you see here, surrounded by officers, is 37-year-old Mary Rice. Back in 2017, Mary and 44-year-old William Boyd had gone on a killing spree, taking the lives of 4 women. Their first 2 victims were 30-year-old Alicia Greer and 39-year-old Jacqueline Moore. Alicia was William's ex-girlfriend, who was doing her best to hide from him after he assaulted her on numerous occasions. Jacqueline just happened to be in the hotel room Alicia was in when William found her. After they were murdered, 52-year-old Peggy Bronze was shot and killed in her driveway because Mary and William needed her car. Their last victim, 28-year-old Kayla Crocker, was getting ready for work when the killer pair broke into her home, tied her up, and killed her. After locating Kayla's car keys, they took her vehicle and drove away. The pair made their way to a local hotel where Mary would use her ID to rent a room. Since she was a wanted fugitive, the police were alerted to her whereabouts, and the hotel was quickly surrounded. Mary would exit her room and give herself up. However, William would take his own life. Mary was immediately taken to the local police station and put into an interrogation room. From the time she exited the hotel room until she sat down in the interrogation room, Mary claimed that she was also a victim. Mary explained that William had kidnapped her and threatened to kill her if she didn't listen to him or tried to run away.
And we like to hear your side of the story. There's always 2 sides to the story, okay? The best part to start off in any story is at the very beginning, okay? How do you know it's the very end?
only play when it's day, because at night, monsters bite. Are you from above?
Where's your emergency?
I killed somebody.
Who did you kill?
I don't want to say right now.
He says this is where he buried the body in here. There's the shovel. He says it's not very deep either.
He was a bad man.
In the late afternoon of July 21st, 2020, dispatchers at Marion County receive a disturbing 911 call. At first, police officers are hesitant to believe the man who claims to have committed a heinous crime. But as officers arrive on the scene, they quickly discover that getting to the bottom of the truth will be no easy task.
Okay, what's your name?
My name's John Wells.
John Wells?
Yes.
Do you have any type of
I don't have any weapons. I don't have anything. I don't want to. I'm just trying to drink my life. I'm not doing anything wrong right now. I'm just.
Sir, I promise you, I'm not accusing you of doing anything wrong whatsoever. I'm just trying to know what my officers are walking into.
The guy's buried here.
You buried the person at your house?
Yes. This is a confession. I'm going peaceful.
Police are soon dispatched to meet with the distraught caller, unaware of what they're about to get themselves into. The following footage has never been seen before.
I killed someone.
Okay, where at?
Killed him here.
Here at this house?
Yes.
How long ago?
This was about a couple months ago.
Okay. Who was the person you killed?
I'd rather not say it right now.
Okay, well that's... How am I gonna know if somebody's missing or what you're saying is true?
Because the person was very estranged and very outlawed. Where's the person online? Out back. Can I go look? You don't mind? I don't mind.
John's reluctance to give details about the victim leaves police questioning whether his story is true. So, two officers begin their search of the suspect's backyard.
Anything out of the ordinary, Nick? Huh? No. He's saying it's 2 months ago.
When the officer returns to ask for a more specific location, John is quick to share exactly where he buried the body.
Where at the backyard? What area? Under the left window. Where the flower, the garden is. That's where he is.
Who is it?
Some older guy that he just met that day.
His claim that the victim is a stranger will not be the first of his many lies today. Separating fact from fiction will be more than a challenge, given John's apparent state of intoxication.
So, why would you, like, obviously you're saying you killed somebody, so you're admitting to homicide and that he's here, which we could easily find out if we start digging up your yard. So, why would you withhold the guy's name?
Do you know the guy's name?
We would just kind of like to get a head start, seeing if we can find out if he's been reported missing or nobody even knows he's gone. That kind of stuff, you know?
Despite their repeated questions about the victim's identity, John appears hesitant to share any crucial details.
I don't think so. I don't think so. I think he was a piece of no one wants.
Can you tell us just so we can check?
Jasper, that's all I know. That's all I know his name to be. And he was a black. That wasn't the reason.
Well, I'm not saying
that wasn't the reason.
Okay, yeah, nobody's saying it was.
Where was he from?
He said he was from Colorado. He said he was from Colorado.
He goes on to explain that he met Jasper through a neighbor and that he'd been living in his truck parked in John's driveway.
Where's his truck at now?
I have no idea.
Too far away. Did you do something with it, or?
Officers may be hesitant to believe him, but as they discuss it amongst themselves, John finally speaks up. His answer, following confession, makes it clear that unearthing the truth will be harder than they imagine.
He was staying in his truck. His truck was in his driveway, but it got towed away by somebody, and basically, sounds like what he's saying is somebody got rid of it.
It's a lie. I'm sorry, I'm lying to you.
Okay.
What are you lying about? Everything?
I'm not lying about it, I'm lying about that.
But you're not lying about the homicide.
Everything else about is true.
Okay. Where'd this all happen at then?
Right here.
Outside, inside?
Right here.
Where we're standing?
Right here where we're standing.
Okay. How many shots were fired? You know how many shots you fired? 3?
Let's see if I can check that out.
With little more to go on than a first name, a missing truck, and a less than truthful suspect, police search their database for clues. What they discover next may provide some much-needed answers. 2 months before officers arrived on the scene, this call was placed to 911.
I believe I heard a gunshot. I'm not 100% sure, but it was way too different to be a firework. And there was 2. They were about, I want to say, 2 minutes apart. Any idea where they might have been coming from? What direction? Yeah, it was really close. I believe, honestly, it was next door to me.
Fortunately, the neighbor in question is home. As it turns out, her boyfriend was with her at the time of the incident, and he begins to describe the disturbing details of what he witnessed.
Well, me and her brother were over there playing GTA, like 1, 2 in the morning.
Okay.
We heard a boom, like, I asked him, "Do you hear the noise with it? You?" And he literally opened his door again, point it, I'm not saying gun because I'm not 100% sure, but point whatever down, boom.
If he was shooting the gun, he would have shot it inside the truck?
Yeah, like right in the floorboard, you wouldn't be honest. It wouldn't look like at least.
All that the officers need to know now is the location of the handgun. Unfortunately, the answers they get are far from what they want to hear.
How did you kill this person?
With a Russian knife.
A handgun? And you still have this handgun?
Somebody broke in and stole it. Somebody broke into my house and somebody broke into my house since then. And they stole it.
Sure, pat him down. We're gonna check to make sure you don't have any weapons on you, okay?
Do you have any weapons on you?
No.
No guns, no knives or anything? How much have you had to drink today?
2.5 days.
You got permission or anything?
I am.
As officers struggle to get the answers they need from the intoxicated suspect, help arrives in the form of 2 detectives who are determined to uncover the truth. While the first prepares to question John in his driveway, the other heads to the back where the body supposedly lies buried.
He says this is where he buried the body in here. There's the shovel. He says it's not very deep either.
Looks like he even went and got it.
Yeah, I don't know where. But this is.
Bought it.
Yeah, that's true too. He says not very deep, but.
I think he had intentions for gas cans.
Don't know. He's sometimes he is very forthcoming and he's ready, friend. So. But see how it's like that in some bricks. There's 2 boards. He just threw together like
Glad I could
whatever
help.
he got.
It's just weeds in there.
Yeah, that's what.
Plant anything.
Nope, just some grass and some. Alrighty.
While one detective can only speculate, unable to disturb the shallow dirt without the help of a crime scene unit, the other works to uncover what could have driven Jonathan to commit such a grave act. What he claims is more shocking than anyone could have imagined.
Can you just take me from the top of what's going on while we're here today? Tell me in your own terms. Long way.
In my own way.
Yep.
He was in.
Okay. How did you know?
I had just met.
Where'd you meet him at?
I don't want to give those names.
Okay. What happens?
Okay, so I lost my job.
When did you lose your job?
I'm thinking about 3 months ago.
Okay. So you lost your job. Somehow you and this, what's his name?
We got into it because he was a random person.
Yeah, that like that. Okay.
He asked me.
While the police have redacted this part of the footage, John's initial call to 911 may shed some light on what was redacted.
He was a bad man. He made comments to me. He made comments to me about my son.
About the man wanted to do that, or was accusing you of doing that?
No, well, that because he wanted to.
Gotcha. How old's your son?
He's 8.
It's important to note the truth of the matter has not been verified, and the statements made by John only reflect his opinion on what happened. This disturbing accusation may be difficult to prove, but an unsettling discovery will later shed some light on this subject. For now, the detective will work to get as many details as possible from John.
I met the guy because we were trying to exchange business, and I shot him.
You were in the house at that point?
I was out here. I was right here where we're standing, right here. This is right here.
Okay.
So look below the neck.
Okay. That's the kids that.
There's no chance I can grab one more.
No. Yeah.
John now shows the detective where he buried the body, but his chilling actions as he stands over the makeshift grave will be difficult for officers to ignore.
I feel like I should be talking to a lawyer by now.
Okay.
Yeah, so you should probably have me in your cuffs.
Okay.
You're a homicide investigator. I'm telling you the truth.
Okay. Don, I gotta take this call just real quick. If you'll just stay here with Officer Gable for a minute, okay?
His name was Jasper.
Okay.
I'm not sure that was his real name.
Okay.
But as far as you know, he's still laying in here. Buried a couple feet down, right?
Yes.
Seemingly unnerved by John's silent stare, the officer attempts to get more information about the missing murder weapon.
But you don't have that gun anymore?
I don't. Somebody broke in that window. That window was easily acceptable.
Mm-hmm. Did you report that gun stolen? Did you call the police?
I called the police when an incident happened, and they knew I was, for a fact, in jail. And somebody...
Did you report the firearm stolen, though?
I did not.
Was it your firearm, registered to you, or...?
It was mine.
It was yours? Where'd you get it at?
I got it from a flea market.
Okay.
Just know on the St. Gallen call that I spoke with 494
We'll go back out front so we don't have to stand out here. Right?
St. Gallen, as well as...
After putting out his cigarette in the dirt over the body buried just a few feet beneath the surface, John returns to the front of the house with the officers. When one officer thinks to ask what brought about his sudden desire to confess, his shocking revelation is not unexpected, as you'll soon learn.
Has the guilt of it been eating you up, or what made you decide to call us?
More like the evidence of it.
Okay.
You afraid since you're not paying your rent that your landlord's going to find you back there?
Pretty much.
Shockingly, John's first call was not to 911. Knowing that he would soon be evicted, he opted to tell the one person he knew would eventually discover his jaw-dropping secret.
Okay, my name is Adam. I own a property. All I am is the owner. I'm not there right now, but the tenant just called me and said that he killed somebody there. Okay. He is there now. He is distraught. I told him that I was going to call you guys as soon as I got off the phone.
Yeah, he's actually on the phone with my partner right now.
I was just trying to keep the gentleman calm as I could keep him.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm concerned for his well-being, and I told him, I said, I have to turn you in if you don't turn yourself in.
John revealed crucial details during his call to his landlord, as you'll hear later.
I don't know what to say. What's the news going to say now? The news is going to say I shot a black man because I was on meth. That's what the news is going to say.
Or were you on meth that night? Did you say?
I was not.
Okay.
I absolutely was not.
Did you use any meth today?
No.
When was the last time you used meth? No, the last time usually is the last time you used
I was dabbling.
Mm-hmm. Okay, sure.
John, I want to just run through this real quick to make sure I got it straight. Okay. About 2 months ago, we're talking, this is July, so we're thinking May, early May, late May. Black guy from Colorado named Jasper comes here. You guys are going to make a deal. He's seeking meth, or you're seeking meth. He makes...
I was not. I never tried meth at that time.
Okay. So he's seeking meth from you. Right?
Or is he What was your business about?
We were mutually seeking money. I was seeking money to pay rent.
How were you going to get that money?
Plan was just to sell on Facebook. I had a 401k from the job I worked, and I was buying items, and I was intending to sell them. The reason that I met the guy was because I felt like I needed a mutual bond with somebody. Our agreement was that, and also I draw portraits.
Was there something involved between you two?
I'm sorry.
I just don't want to misunderstand. There's nothing between you two, right? You and Jasper? Or was there arrangement for that?
There was not.
Okay.
There was his misunderstanding that there would be.
Okay.
He was a gay man.
Okay. Did you ever correspond with this guy on the internet or anything?
No.
Once again, John reiterates his claim that Jasper made advances not toward him, but toward his 8-year-old child.
What I understand here, there's going to be no proof or evidence of that.
Of him making the advances?
Right.
When one officer circles back to questions regarding the victim's missing truck, John quickly interrupts her to ask a startling question of his own.
For what color? Vehicle was even?
There's no chance I can buy myself more time with a drink.
Yeah, well, can't let you have anything else. Can't let you get back to the house at this point.
I think I should just talk to an attorney.
Searching for clues, officers enter John's house but are quickly hit with yet another disturbing realization.
Smells like chemicals. Is he cooking meth?
I mean, if you smell in there...
Is he cooking meth?
I don't know. Get out of there, Dana.
He might be cooking meth in here. That's going to complicate things.
Yeah, it's much stronger than
Yeah, I know. I could smell it when you guys pulled that back.
Unable to search the home, investigators hit a brick wall. Without a clear story, no murder weapon, and increasingly confusing answers as to the relationship between the two men, police have no choice but to arrest John and hope that the truth can be uncovered during interrogation.
You've been drinking today?
Yes.
Okay, this is the first time I've talked to you, correct? You understand what I mean by that?
I should probably talk to a lawyer.
Okay. All right.
Now that the interrogation can't continue because John has asked for an attorney, investigators have no choice but to end the conversation before it begins. An officer soon returns to book him into the county jail, but shockingly, not for the crime which he earlier confessed.
We don't really know what's going on with the stuff you're confessing to, so for right now you're just going to go to jail for a probation violation since you've been drinking. Okay, we're going to figure all this other stuff out though. Okay?
Although John's intoxicated state left detectives unable to piece together the full story at the scene, crime scene investigators later succeeded in unearthing the body. The victim would later be identified as 33-year-old Jasper Brady. According to police reports, his body was discovered just beneath the flower bed, exactly where John confessed to burying him. He was found cocooned in several layers of trash bags, tarps, and plastic wrap, which were each sealed in duct tape. A later autopsy would confirm the cause of death as 2 gunshot wounds to the chest. Although his body was nearly beyond recognition, the autopsy report noted several details about his appearance. These observations, when compared to the video you're about to see, have spine-chilling similarities. At the time of his death, Jasper's hair was styled in a distinctive low bun. He donned a thin plaid scarf, wore 2 necklaces, and his fingernails were painted.
The heavyweight title of the world, you say? Is that all? Oh, break it, show. I'm home.
You know, I'll tell you something. It really sucks turning on my video camera when I do not have what I love in the background. What do I love, you ask? You know what, that is very nice of you asking. I can't find anyone that ever asks. Nor care to ask. So thank you so much for asking. If you asked. If you did not ask, you're just another.
This video, uploaded on May 19, 2020, is the last video Jasper Brady ever published. Once the house is deemed safe for investigators, they soon discover the trash bags used to wrap the body, a pair of blue rubber gloves, and the keys to Jasper's missing truck. The truck, which may have been the scene of the grisly crime, is still missing, along with the gun he used to commit the violent act. No secrets are safe in prison, and one inmate who shares a cell with John informs the investigators about the truck's and gun's location. Unfortunately, upon arriving at the location described by the inmate, the alleged garage where it was being held claimed to have never received a truck matching the vehicle's description. The truck and the gun are still missing. As for John's motive, he tells his landlord what ultimately pushed him over the edge.
You know, when my son was here, and he popped in and asked a question, and the guy asked me, he said, can we sell him? And that, you know, that just, it went under my head, you know, when he said it, and
a later investigation unveiled a disturbing series of Facebook posts that may lend credence to his claims that Jasper held a horrifying secret. In these posts, made only days after John's arrest, they claimed to have been assaulted by Jasper Brady. They later contacted the police and made a chilling request.
Yeah, I have something to say about, you have a murder case you're working on. Jasper Brady was killed a few days ago. I have something to say to your suspect. Tell him I said thank you for killing my...
You say...
Tell your suspect, the guy who can turn himself in for killing Jasper Brady, that I said thank you for killing my...
While these details are mentioned in the case files, we've not been able to confirm any of these allegations against Jasper Brady as facts. Jonathan Welsh has a long criminal history with multiple misdemeanor charges from 2006 up to 2022. These include theft, underage drinking, possession of substances, criminal trespassing, and child endangerment, among others. In the case of Jasper Brady, Jonathan Welsh was charged with murder, tampering with evidence, and abuse of a corpse. He ultimately pleaded guilty to 1 count of murder, and on August 30th, 2022, 2 years after the incident, Jonathan was sentenced to an indefinite term of 15 years to life in prison. He's currently being held at the Richland Correctional Institution in Mansfield, Ohio, and will be eligible for parole on July 17th, 2035.
Champion, I've been looking everywhere for you. Oh, the head in the crystal ball? I'm trying something new.
First, Kamala Harris stole Donald Trump's idea for no tax on tips and portrayed it as if it was her own plan. Then, after he proposed a $5,000 child tax credit to new parents, she proposed a $6,000 child tax credit, again, claiming it was her original idea. I mean, what's next? Is she going to propose building the border wall, which she and all the other Democrats have opposed for years? Oh, wait, what's this? Harris flip-flops on building the border wall. If she's elected president, Camel-Face Harris pledges to spend hundreds of millions of dollars on the wall along the southern border. Project she once opposed, called un-American during the Trump administration. She didn't just call it un-American. She said numerous times that it was, quote, a complete waste of taxpayer money, and it won't make us any safer. Here's another one from 2018. In just 12 hours, a Trump shutdown is possible. Let me be clear, I will vote against funding Trump's wasteful border wall. She tweeted about Trump's border wall over the years more times than Joe Biden can finish a complete sentence. Funding Trump's unrealistic border wall would be a gross misuse of taxpayer money, she said, back in 2018 again. Instead of wasting money on a concrete border wall, let's spend that money on infrastructure, healthcare, and tackling climate change. Trump's border wall would be an absolute waste of taxpayer money. I won't support it. It just goes on and on and on. But we got more than tweets, thanks to the power of the internet. We got video.
And folks, on the subject of transnational gangs, let's be perfectly clear. The president's medieval vanity project is not going to stop them.
This issue is about a vanity project for this president. Right. And it is a problem of his own making. Right. And listen, when I travel this country, folks have plenty enough problems that they need their president to focus on. You know what? Instead of a wall that, by the way, because I was a prosecutor for many years.
That, by the way, would keep out millions and millions of the criminal invaders that have... Well, this.
I think seeing a plan that's out there, talking about it with folks, knowing that he's not going to do anything. He talks about this wall. I always say, let me know how high it is. If it's 25 feet, then I'll invest in the 30-foot ladder factory. That's not how you stop this.
Actually, it's part of the plan to stop it. The other part is to actually deport the criminal invaders who make it across. Instead of just welcoming them in America and then giving them a court date, 7 to 10 years in the future, and then allowing them to have anchor babies, then become American citizens, and then the parents will never be born. Oh, and I almost forgot, she stole another one of Donald Trump's ideas. Listen to this. Donald Trump, back in May of 2020.
Will cap cost at just $35 a month per type of insulin, and some plans may offer it free. So for everybody who's getting ripped off and paying tremendous prices, senior citizens, is a tremendous saving.
It is President Biden and I that took on Big Pharma and finally capped the cost of insulin for our seniors at $35 a month. But Donald Trump and his running mate intend to get rid of our $35 cap on insulin.
Her campaign, which is obviously in coordination with the Operation Mockingbird media assets, may be the most deceptive political campaign in the history of campaigning. Not only do they keep stealing Donald Trump's great ideas and portraying them as if they're hers, and that Donald Trump is opposed to his own ideas he came up with, but they're also blaming Donald Trump for the terrible mess that the Biden administration caused regarding the economy. But thanks again to the power of the internet, we can see her hypocrisy unfold right before our very eyes in this brilliant Trump campaign ad.
Everyday prices are too high. Food, rent, gas, back to school clothes. That is called Bidenomics. A loaf of bread costs 50% more today. Ground beef is up almost 50%. There's not much left at the end of the month. Bidenomics is working. The price of housing has gone up. It feels so hard to just be able to get ahead. And we are very proud of Bidenomics.
And now she's even flip-flopping on the Marxist Democrat plan that she supported for years to ban gas-powered vehicles and mandate that all cars in the next 25 years are electric cars. In fact, if that sounds crazy, California has already banned gas lawnmowers, the sale of new gas lawnmowers, and gas leaf blowers, and gas hedge trimmers. So if anybody has any in stock, they're still allowed to sell them, but they're not allowed to make any more or import any into the state. While homeowners and businesses will still be permitted to use this gas-powered equipment.
Clothing.
You're so used to women being quiet when you're talking and touch me again, I'll slap you. You're an idiot. No, that's why you're not married, you idiot. No one will stand your stupid ass. Are you married? Are you married? Are you sure?
Great words.
I'm Donald J. Trump, and I approve this message.
Everyday prices are too high.
To cut a deal right now, because it's believed that would help the Harris campaign. Trump is
Paid up. This is your taxes at work, folks.
Candidates are facing an historic challenge, an unprecedented scale and variety of disinformation
Sacred flame
online.
guide your way,
Former President Trump
for the empire.
On the phone with
We must prepare for Belladonna to shift.
Urging him not to cut a deal right now, because it's believed that would help the Harris campaign.
Now, not only did she spread that lie last week to damage Trump, but she then blamed Reuters and Axios for leading her astray with their reporting, but neither outlet had reported anything of the sort. Joining me now is journalist and documentary filmmaker Ami Horowitz. Ami, you'd think such a consequential lie might see someone, I don't know, sacked or at least demoted, but not at PBS.
Yeah, not at PBS, or frankly, I mean, you can do that same video clip with tons of different people in the mainstream media.
Been waiting for you.
Look, I think this comes back to really interesting email
This
and
lamp was not
this
what
really
we expected.
interesting perspective of Mark Zuckerberg, the head of Meta, when he was talking about the pressure that he faced from the government to push back on misinformation and then disinformation. Now, using these two words. Now, even Rita, if I can say something about what you just did, you made a classic mistake. Okay, you are also used the word misinformation when actually Woodruff used the word disinformation. Now, this is a really important point because the word that media has been using is disinformation. Let me explain the difference between the two because they are very, very different and it means a lot. Misinformation is simply giving the wrong information No more, no less. Just, you were wrong. Disinformation is giving false information to push a certain objective, right? Now that's the difference. The media is in fact using the word disinformation. They're saying there's some kind of agenda, some kind of insidious move behind the people let's talk about COVID, who were giving information about COVID. Some was wrong, some were right, by the way, right? And I think that difference means everything. And they're pushing this weird agenda. There's a concerted effort to push a certain agenda forward. Okay, I think it's a really important distinction to make because that's how the media has been covering this. I'll give you a little bit of personal information on what happened to me when it came to Facebook. I put out a post. All I did in this post, this is during at the tail end of COVID, all I did in this post was repost a Johns Hopkins. Johns Hopkins is a well-known university in America, well-respected. A paper that they did talking about
the
how the
COVID strike our
lockdowns
veneration grounds
had
during
no
Belador's
real
light.
difference in mortality rate.
I
Right?
search
It had
each look,
massive
General.
social economic
Dogfire.
consequences. Yet we didn't save lives by doing it.
Make them
All I
regret
did was
ever
repost
stepping onto our
that
hallowed
article.
lands.
And then, I'm sorry, that study. And then USA Today had an entire article lambasting me in my Facebook post. This is prior to my Facebook post getting demoted. It was actually quite popular on Facebook. And then when this article came out, I also found out that Facebook then demoted me. And they quoted USA Today saying, well, they're one of our resources that we use for fact checking. Therefore, we're going to shut down your website. That's how insidious this entire thing was. And now, a little too late when it comes to
manipulates the
Zuckerberg
Cobas
giving us
through
mea
their
culpa,
hunger
but he
and the
has. And by the way,
Iraqis through their
I want to point out one
fear.
last thing. I think Zuckerberg is having some kind of transformation in terms of politics. I'm not saying he's becoming a Republican, but he's definitely not as aligned with the Democratic Party as we thought he was.
I am not buying it for 1 second, Army. I think we can just see the change is coming. There's going to be a second Donald Trump term, most likely. And he's been complicit in this censorship, suppression, and I think he's been an enthusiastic facilitator. I don't think he was pressured to do this. And to come out now, years later, and tell us what we already knew was happening, confirming it, no, not buying it for a second. But to me, disinformation, misinformation, I use those words interchangeably because all the misinformation is disinformation. It's not just that they make an innocent mistake, because all the innocent mistakes seem to be in the one direction. So it's always these mistakes that are made to push a certain agenda. So to me, the misinformation is almost always also disinformation. Now, I want to play you a little clip of Donald Trump and Virginia Senate candidate Hung Cao. They visited the Vietnamese community in Falls Church, and it was a bit of a love-in.
Vietnamese community loves me and I love them. You know?
Army, long ago, the Democrats took all these different minority communities for granted. They just presumed the bulk of minorities would back them. Those days are over. We've seen that with the Hispanic community, many segments of the Asian community. Is this a change that is going to turn the polls? I don't think there's been enough analysis on how minorities are going to vote in this election.
It's interesting. Well, the second the Vietnamese community specifically before I talk about the Asian community writ large. But the Vietnamese community has always voted more Republican than the rest of the Asian community. Over 50% historically. When in 2016, the Asian community only 18% voted Republican in 2016. Now, in only 8 years, in only 4 years, 2020, like 4 years later, this might have been the most massive turnaround in the history of minorities. So there's been a significant change in the Asian community. I think it's going to make a massive difference. The difference is, now why? Right? Why are we seeing this change? Very specific reasons. First of all, I think they happen to be in California, in New York, where there's extremely high crime rates, particularly the Bay Area. They've noticed, they've seen where the crime is coming from, who is abetting the crime, and who is making excuses. I I think another important point is this whole idea of the hatred of the left and its hatred of success. There's a community, it's a symbol of success in our country. They are a successful minority. I think they don't like being demonized for the success. Particularly when it comes to college admissions and high school admissions, right? There has been a concerted effort to demote Asians from successful placement in successful high schools, elementary schools, and certainly colleges. Famously, Harvard has specifically tried to stop Asians from coming in. They're the only minority with a negative coefficient at Harvard. In other words, the only minority that being a minority has actually harmed them, not helped them, outside the Jewish community. And this is not like unnoticed.
Absolutely. And they are damaged. I think the Asian community has learned the DEI policies that help minorities some of these Ivy League colleges. For an Asian student to gain admission, they have to do so much better than just about every other demographic. Hispanic students, black students, even the white students, they are discriminated against that much because they're studious, they study, and they record good results. And of course, you've got to be punished for that. Now, before you go, Democrat Congresswoman Rashida Tlaib shared this clip of Jon Stewart criticising the DNC for not having Palestinian voices at the event.
They had black Americans, Hispanic Americans, Asian Americans, gay Americans, Jewish Americans, Palestinian Americans. To be fair, it was only 4 nights, 8 hours a night. But really, it's best not to think about the consequences of our actions over there.
Yeah, that is highly disappointing. Obviously, Jon Stewart, a Democratic supporter, but also a prominent Jewish person who has supported Israel in the past. The consequences of what we're doing there, Rita, that's highly disturbing. The idea that the consequence of what we're doing there, Rita, is helping Israel defend itself from a terrorist regime. That's the consequences of what we're doing there. For him to spin that as a negative is really disturbing, upsetting. Don't like to see that. And frankly, I think if Rashida Tlaib is amplifying your voice, I think you have to look in the mirror and say, maybe I'm going down the wrong road.
That is very good advice there. If you're on the same page as her and the rest of the squad, you need to reassess your life choices. Thank you so much for your time this evening.
Shadows, bring the harbinger joy. Out of range.
On June 18, 2023, police officers were called to a Walmart in Chamblee, Georgia regarding a shoplifting incident. The officer approached the suspect outside the store and inquired about his purchases. The suspect claimed to have a receipt and denied any wrongdoing.
Could you come here for a second, please? You got some items that you didn't pay for?
No, like I paid for the iPhone headphones and electronic session.
Go ahead. Well, I guess they caught you on camera doing something. Could we verify?
I got my receipt.
Okay, you got the receipt?
Yeah.
So step over here for me, please. Come on, at the parking lot.
I'm saying, I got my receipt, bro. I'm looking for my goddamn headphones.
Just listen to what I'm telling you. Stop reaching in all your damn pockets, right?
He just want to take a black nigga to jail. I ain't did shit. I paid for the iPhone. I just paid for the iPhone headphones in the back.
Don't say that. Yeah.
I paid for the headphones.
You ain't gotta be upset. We're really calm.
Man, stop fidgeting.
You know what I'm saying? I don't know where. The iPhone headphones, bro.
You got a firearm on you?
No, sir.
You already asked me.
I don't have no gun.
Because when I walked up here, only way you got one.
I don't got one. But I paid for the iPhone headphones in the electronic session.
Alberic's ritual is the source of this darkness. We need to break through this barrier.
My arrow struck true. He draws strength from the darkness. So do
I got the
I.
receipt for it.
The officer asked the suspect to come.
And can we expect this? A lot of people are quoting conceit to Mr. Michael Nellis. He's the founder and CEO of Authentic Campaigns. And the judge's daughter, Lauren Mercon, was also a part
I am
of
on
this
the hunt.
organization.
Alric
So
thinks
a
the
couple
shadows
weeks
will
ago, now
save
today,
him.
Congress was
He
like,
should
"All
see
right,
what
enough
true
already.
power
We've been
looks
around
like."
for a couple weeks, as you can see. You haven't given us what we've asked for, so now we're not playing around anymore. But Congress said, all right, look, question. Did Authentic Campaigns service Donald Trump's political adversaries? If yes, whether Biden, Kamala, or Shifty Schiff, got censured, by the way, then the owners and people who work at the company can't have relatives serving as judges and Congress sent that out. Said, hey, Mr. Michael Nellis, we got a question for you there, buddy. You can see this came out from the
She's
judiciary.
taken an interest in you.
Jim Jordan is going to be the individual writing this letter.
Do
Signed
not
here,
forsake
chairman of the Judiciary. He sent this back over to Mr. Michael Nellis. Nellis responded to this with this book. It says, okay, dear Mr. Nellis, Authentic.
How could any Arathi be in league with such monsters? The sacred flame is lost. Fall back!
No. We cannot keep retreating from the darkness. Our fear has overshadowed our faith. Beledar may have guided us, but it is not what will save us. Stand with me against the shadow. Show this harbinger the true strength of the Arathi.
And if you fall against the darkness, what will we do then?
It's what we always say, General. The light will return. Even if someone else carries the torch. We are the seekers of light. We are the holders of hope. In the very heart of shadow. Together, we guide the way.
I would safeguard my people.
I will see you through the shadow.
Greetings, outsider.
We burn brightly together.
We are the Seekers of Light. You carry your torch, you light the city. Always be prepared. The flame burns for all of us.
We are the Seekers of Light. Sacred flame, guide your way, friend.
Belladar shift in your favor.
Harathi, friends, the flame blesses us with...
General, the Nerubians. They've opened a new front at Light's Redoubt.
We are far from the Empire. Flames. Harathi, mount up! Light's Redoubt calls for help. We bring hope into the darkness.
Livia's patience is overrun. We must buy the villagers time before the reckoning can launch.
Stalwarts, we are the wall today. Together we will stand against the darkness.
We need to evacuate the villages before the reckoning's bombardment.
Outsiders are a welcome surprise. There is always hope if we choose to look for it.
August 1st, the Committee on the Judiciary wrote to Lauren Merkan, the judge's daughter, and who happens to be the president of Authentic Campaigns, requesting information and documents to further the committee's oversight of the bias and conflicts of interest that the Manhattan DA's political prosecution of Donald Trump has brought. Now, although you responded on August 13th, you failed to comply with the committee's request, and you declined to provide any documents. So again, we write to reiterate our August 1st request. Now, as we made clear in our August 1st letter, the committee is conducting oversight of politically motivated prosecutions by people like Alvin Bragg and local officials like Tish James and Fannie Willis. The prosecutor, Jack Smith, not even a real boy. In particular, the committee is investigating the impartiality of Judge Juan Mercan due to his apparent, quote, conflict of interest and his biases in the case against President Trump. Now, one such conflict the committee is examining is Miss Mercan, the daughter of the judge, and her work on behalf of President Trump's political advisors, like Biden, Kamala, Schiff, and the possible financial benefit that Miss Mercan and Authentic Campaigns got from the prosecution and the conviction of President Trump. And if you're just joining us on this story, just catching up here, part of what was happening is Authentic Campaigns and Miss Mercan and Nellis and their organization were managing Facebook campaigns, is what it looked like. And there were advertisements on Schiff's profile run by Authentic Campaign, social media posts, how you're can do more posts, engage in social media. So they're doing the same thing, and Shifty is posting about Trump being prosecuted. Historic. Trump got arraigned in New York court. 34 charges. Okay. Over and over. He's writing this, theoretically. Arguably, is the judge's daughter, the people he hired. Sitting there, oh, perfect. Hey, what should our ads do? I don't know. What's my dad doing today? Hey, Dad, what's going to happen with Trump? Whatever. So it's a little too close to comfort. So Daddy is prosecuting Trump, or allowing the prosecution of Trump the legalities of this thing are so insane. I mean, there's immune conduct here. They brought in Michael Cohen. They brought in witnesses who both have serious credibility problems, not to mention Cohen's a convicted surgeon. So the whole thing would be ridiculous. But the point is, the judge is allowing it to happen because it supports the judge's daughter's work.
The sacred flame.
She's making posts about it, getting paid on it. So as such, the committee is looking to determine whether Authentic Campaign Services, President Trump's political adversaries, if Authentic Campaigns or any of its employees, agents, or representatives provide services to Trump's political adversaries, and Authentic stands to benefit financially from Trump's criminal trial, it creates at a minimum at least an appearance that the Judge Mercan may take decisions during the trial for improper reasons. It's not about an actual conflict either, remember, it's about an appearance of impropriety, an appearance of conflict. Now, in response to our third request, you argue that the committee's request for information relating to work and President Trump's indictment prosecution of you said that information is irrelevant to any information. Now, as an initial matter, it's not the role of Authentic, or you, to determine what is not relevant to a congressional investigation. You don't dictate that to us. The Supreme Court has
Everyone is
recognized that Congress has broad power.
The Nerubians are massing for another
assault. In fact, just last year,
Fall back.
District Attorney Alvin Bragg made a similar argument in trying to block the enforcement of our subpoena. Now, that judge in that matter, Judge Mary Kay Vickesil, agreed with us.
Welcome back to Headlines. I'm Wes Austin, and these are today's top stories. On Tuesday, Special Counsel Jack Smith filed a new indictment in the Trump election interference case that supersedes the previous indictment. If you like the original indictment, you'll love the sequel. Same old charges with now 10% more desperation. There was a recent Supreme Court ruling that gave former presidents immunity for official acts, and Smith has revised the charges in an attempt to navigate that case. So basically, the Supreme Court just last month said that presidents have immunity, and Smith's reaction was, "So file it again then?" That's like having someone tell you you're ugly, and you think you'll fix it by changing your shirt. The case that Smith is trying to get around held that presidents are presumptively immune from prosecution for all official acts and absolutely immune for acts within executive power as defined in Article 2 of the Constitution. The government is also forbidden from using evidence of official presidential acts to prove crimes that are based on private or non-official conduct. So Jack Smith is essentially trying to prove that Trump committed crimes while he was the president without using any evidence from when he was the president. Well, good luck with that, Jack. I have a feeling you might be looking for another job in January. In a clip that's resurfaced, Kamala Harris called for the removal of police officers from schools as part of her efforts to demilitarize campuses.
Again, what we need to do about demilitarizing our schools and taking police officers out of schools.
She wants to remove cops from schools. Clearly, she thinks the best defense against a school shooter is a classroom full of terrified 12-year-olds armed with glue sticks and scissors. Maybe she's just trying to prepare the kids for the real world, where the only thing standing between you and danger is your ability to make a really intimidating papier-mâché mask. Her reasoning behind wanting to take cops out of schools has got to be good.
We need to deal with the reality and speak the truth about the inequities around school discipline.
Kamala wants to remove police from schools because of the inequities. That's like removing lifeguards from the pool to promote equal drowning opportunities. The real threat to kids at school isn't drugs or alcohol, it's those pesky officers keeping kids safe. Look, maybe Kamala has a point. With the schools today, maybe kids are just getting too comfortable with the idea of making it to adulthood. If we can't make schools safer, we might as well make them more exciting. At long last, the time is finally here. Kamala Harris will be doing her first sit-down interview as a presidential candidate this Thursday on CNN. And it's only been 38 days since Biden dropped out. She's just been chomping at the bit to answer questions. However, the interview will be pre-taped, and she'll be doing the interview with her running mate, Tim Walz. You know what they say, behind every successful woman is a man answering the questions. Kamala, what's it like to be a woman running for president? I think we should have Tim answer that. When you're trying to convince people you're capable of being the president, it's better.
But anyways, what's a good way to tell that a product isn't selling well? Star Wars Outlaws is a prime example of it. The game is still in pre-order mode, and they are giving shit away with it. That suggests that pre-order numbers are not very good.
I'm ruined. I have nothing left.
What am I talking about? Well, right now, they are advertising that if you pre-order Star Wars Outlaws on Best Buy's website, they will give you a $10 gift card. Considering the extremely low margins that retailers have with video games, that $10 represents virtually their entire profit margin. This tells us plenty about the state of pre-orders for Star Wars Outlaws. They are so desperate to push this Ubisoft turd out the door, and somewhere out there, somebody is chuckling about the absolute state of this game. Can you guess who it is?
Well, of course I know him. He's me.
Good one.
Thanks to this amazing partnership, you guys
And disgusted by my he would have detested almost everything Donald Trump represents. His lying, his selfishness, his rage, his cynicism, hatred, racism, fascist sympathies, criminal felony convictions. Daddy was the Attorney General of the United States. His cruel sneering at human rights for suffering of people in America and around the world. And these are the causes that was loved so passionately by the real Rob.
Bobby Kennedy would be, quote, appalled after the Trump endorsement. David Axelrod writes,
Did you call us about this?
Yeah,
okay.
We've told them like time and time again. I mean, I've beeped the horn, I've knocked, I've hollered.
Across the street from the place that they're building right there, she cannot even get into.
Yeah, take care of it.
This is kind of their last.
And it's interesting because over here they have a no parking sign. So it looks like they tore up your yard over here too. Jeff?
Why are you taking my truck?
Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. We got somebody blocking a drive or building some stuff down here, and it's been a huge nuisance. The property owner says cannot access anything. She's got
Your destination is on the right.
Does that work truck right there?
Yeah, the blue one.
This blue one right here.
Hello. Did you call us about this?
Yeah,
okay.
We've told them like
Quickly,
time and time again.
before the Nerubians overwhelm us.
I mean,
If you are lost in darkness, we are here to
Okay,
help.
he'll get hooked up to it here real quick, okay? All right, thank you.
You can see that.
We have to get out of here, now! Where's Anduin?
Even if someone else carries the torch.
Curse them all! Where did they take him? Do you see Anduin?
They dragged him down. I lost track of him.
Ash! We can't let them reach Mereldar! Blast them apart!
Darkness hungers. Let's give Zalatad's forces a taste of their own shadows. Too far away. beaten them back. Let's get Anduin.
Hold on. We don't know what's down there. Reinforcements are on the way. We could wait.
We'll lose his trail.
You're right! Let's make those monsters pay for everything they've done! Flames! They were ready for us. Brace yourselves! We are a light in the darkness. We carry the flame into the unknown.
This is the first time I'm here. Nobody was here. And like I said, I had 4 vehicles right there. Big trucks, 2 other trucks, and a car. I have nowhere to park.
Regardless, you can't walk somebody else's car.
Well,
I mean, obviously, this is a car that you need their best to get in here.
My faith kindles in my
If
hope.
I'd have heard her horn, I wouldn't come out. I mean, I said, these guys just left.
But she shouldn't have to.
I understand, and I apologize. I didn't get my car.
What have you learned? Anduin would not have given up without a fight. He has to be down there.
You and RFK are now part of the Trump campaign. Explain why. Why did you go with Trump?
The choice in this election is very clear, and the differences between President Trump and Vice President Harris couldn't be more stark. Frankly, to put it simply, the choice for the American people is a choice with Donald Trump, a man who values peace, prosperity, and freedom. He has a record that proves that. And Vice President Kamala Harris, whose record shows an increasingly tyrannical government undermining our freedoms. We are embroiled in multiple wars around the world and closer to the brink of nuclear war than ever before, and increasing economic hardship for Americans throughout these last 3.5 years that he has served as Vice President of the United States. The contrast couldn't be more clear. This is personal for me, this endorsement of President Trump, because as a soldier now for over 21 years, I've deployed to multiple war zones in different parts of the world, put my life on the line for the safety, security, and freedom of the American people. So it's important to me and to
But again, call me crazy, tell me I'm in denial, I just don't see it. At this point, I'm convinced that these are push polls, mainly due to the discrepancy. Can somebody please explain to me how Kamala Harris can be up 7 points nationally, but still losing in the top battlegrounds? Make it
Greetings and salutations, and take this job, not only in Minneapolis,
the same result.
Accountability for her actions. And again, I will remind you that if they were arrested, if they were held accountable for car theft, then maybe days later they wouldn't be in another stolen car and got shot up by these other criminals who likely also have arrest histories for car theft that they weren't held accountable for.
As recently as Friday, this past Friday, we communicated that to the county attorney's office involving 2 of these individuals. But the county attorney's office isn't listening. The idea of catch and release with violent juveniles is not working. It's not fair to the kids involved or to the victims of serious crime. The time they spent detained would enable the system to identify resources to provide them to these kids, instead of immediately releasing them right after they're arrested to go back into the same environment that produced this same result. We are referring youth offenders daily to community-based outreach resources. Additionally, we're referring kids to the county attorney's office diversion programs and other programs in the county. In fact, 2 of the kids involved in this incident are in the county attorney's office YGBI program. So for her to say anything else is simply not true. The county attorney's office is playing a dangerous game with these kids' lives, and luckily no one this week paid the ultimate price. But I'm afraid next time we might not be so lucky.
Again, I appreciate the direct way that this guy is speaking about this. He calls it catch and release, which is exactly what's happening. But he also highlights all the different steps that they took in order to act that the Hennepin County prosecutor absolutely ignored. Again, the Friday before the shooting, they're contacted by a bunch of parents to do something about their kids. Please arrest them. Please hold them. Please charge them. Please just get them off the streets. We're worried they're running with the wrong crowd and they might get killed. So they, again, on top of that, and he has proof of this, warned the Hennepin County prosecutor, asked specifically about the 2 kids that they had cases on in this particular case, and they get ignored. And then, to make matters worse, after the shooting occurs, and after people point out that these people were arrested for car theft just days before, like a week.
Hey, Charlie. First of all, I want to thank you for speaking here. I think it's important to be exposed to differing ideas, even if you don't necessarily agree. I think that's how consensuses are reached. So moving into my question, You mentioned that you don't think there's any institutional racism left in this country. And I think that's a pretty strong statement that I don't necessarily agree with, especially in our justice system where the United States Sentencing Commission actually contends that black men are 19% more likely to be sentenced, have longer sentences for similar crimes. And that's when every other demographic factor is accounted for, like age, income, I guess area within society. So I was wondering what you think about that, particularly because there is that imbalance, and I would regard that as institutional. So.
Is the quality of their legal representation factored into the study?
I can't speak to that because I don't know.
It's not. Yeah. So for example, if LeBron James committed a crime, he'd have pretty good lawyers, right?
Most likely, yeah.
Yeah. So maybe it's an income and or legal quality point, not a race point, right? Here's my contention. My contention is the following. There are other reasons to blame disparities other than discrimination, a lot. And one of my biggest learning moments today on campus is how almost everything gets attributed to racism or discrimination. There's a fabulous book I encourage all of you to read. It should be required reading by Black economist Thomas Sowell called Discriminations and Disparities. It might be the other way around, disparities, whatever. I think it is discrimination and disparities. And he makes the argument there are hundreds of other potential explanations for not just racial groups, but smaller than racial groups, how you go locally, linguistically, and all this. So I encourage you to look at that, and you have to factor that in. I don't think for a second, and you wouldn't either, that Oprah Winfrey, who has a house right down the street, if she committed a crime, that somehow she would not be able to get the best legal help. It's not about skin color as much as it is income, which is not about race. It's about other choices, such as, is there a father in the home? For example, if a black has a mom and a dad present, that family and that child has a higher chance of all objective facts of success, college attendance, low likelihood of committing crimes, than a white child that has just a single mother.
Do you see any sign of that woman who saved
fatherhood transcends color lines.
But I did find tracks.
And what we have learned through massive macroeconomic studies is that when blacks have fathers around, not only do they succeed as much, they succeed even more sometimes than white families.
Earlier clearly isn't a friend to the Nerubians.
That is my contention.
Seek
Thank
her
you for
out.
being here.
I'll get everyone to safety.
Step into the light. For the Empire. Sacred flame guide your way, friend. When the star shifts, seek shelter. Greetings, outsider. Stay productive in the light, vigilant in the night. Beware the shadows. You carry your torch, you light the city. The flame burns for all of us. Stay alert. We are the seekers of light. May the shadows pass you by. Always be prepared. Step into the light. Belladar shift in your favor. Step into the light.
In the light of Belladar, coins glitter. Reduce, reuse, and remake.